So we'll call the Transportation Commission meeting for July 12th, 2023 to order. Stefan, if you could please read the instructions.
Yep. All right, welcome to our virtual meeting. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members of the commission, if you're able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you're able, please activate your video when you're speaking. In this meeting, panelists have the ability to mute and unmute themselves. Please use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. Staff, please use the raise hand feature when you're asked a question. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. Staff will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the commission, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Chair Kovich, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Stefan. Aiden, if you'd call a roll, please.
Juliana Bennett.
Yeah, you did. You did. You kicked out everybody. You put it in the file.
MGR Govindarajan.
Here.
Nina Martinez Rutherford.
Here. Right. West.
Barbara Harrington McKinney.
Okay, good. You're right.
Ann Kovich.
Here.
Robbie Weber.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Denise Jeffs.
All right.
I'm here.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Pepe Barros.
And we'll be in touch. Okay.
Here. Darren Wozniewski.
Present.
Chris McCahill.
Here.
Nikki Vandermeulen.
Here.
And Bill Bremer.
Here.
So it looks like we're missing two.
Okay, Alder Bennett has her hand up.
Yep,
I see her here
just
now.
want to note that I'm here.
Okay.
Mhm.
I don't see Alder Harrington. Thank you, Alder Bennett. I don't see Alder Harrington McKinney. Am I correct on that, Aiden? Okay. The only reason I'm asking is at this point, Nikki, as the first alternate, since we have one vacancy at the moment, you'd be able to vote. And Bill, since Alder Harrington McKinney is not here at the moment as a second alternate, you would be able to make motions and vote. And we'll just have to kind of watch and see if Alder Harrington McKinney joins the meeting and everybody else stays on, then you would not be able to vote, but obviously continue to participate. So we'll just, Aiden and I will try and keep our eyes on that. Okay, thanks everybody. Did you have an opportunity to look at the minutes from the last meeting? Denise?
I move approval.
Okay, there's a motion. Chris?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote. Darren?
I'm just abstaining. I didn't get the chance to go back and watch the last meeting.
Okay, we'll show you as abstaining. Anybody else?
Abstaining here as well.
Okay, Alder Govindarajan. Am I saying that correctly?
Yes. Yes,
Excellent. All right, I tried very hard. Okay, we'll show both of you as abstaining. Anybody else? Pepe?
Abstaining as well.
Okay. Okay, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 11 people here. We need 6 votes. And with 3 abstaining, we still are good. So the motion is carried. All right. So next we have our consent agenda. Oh, I'm sorry. We have public comment. Do we have anybody registered for public comment? Not on for items not on the agenda this evening?
Not for item 1, but there was an item saved.
Oh, I'm sorry, say again?
But there was an item saved under that.
Yes, and thank you for sending that out. And just to note, is there anybody else registered to speak this evening so I can mark my agenda?
Yep, there's 2 people for item 3.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Are there any disclosures or recusals this evening? Okay, seeing no hands. Now we'll move on to the consent agenda. We just have one item proposed for the consent agenda, which is the director's report. Which is item number 2, Legistar 78770. Does anybody wish that to be separated from the consent agenda? It's really just informational report. Okay, if not, I'd entertain a motion on the consent agenda. Darren?
Move to approve?
Okay, Chris?
Yeah, second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. So please raise your hand. Okay. All right, and we'll move on to item 3, which is Wisconsin DOT I-3990-94 study, discussion and comment. I will turn it over to Tom.
Okay, good. So I'll give the presentation, and I believe Brian Grady will help with some of the interchanges. We'll probably go through the presentation, but we also have Dan Shave from the Wisconsin DOT who's available to answer questions. And I'm not sure if anyone else from WisDOT was going to come. Was Brett Wallace coming as well, or no?
Yeah, I think he might have had a meeting conflict come up at the last minute.
Okay,
so
that's fine.
I'll be
So if the tech staff, if you see Brett Wallace in the queue, maybe promote them to staff.
Yep, will do. I'll send them another invite as well.
Okay. And so Tom, we'll go through the presentation first, and then we do have some people registered to speak, so we'll hear from them, and then we'll go to questions and discussion.
Okay, so I'll go ahead. This is here we go. Wisconsin DOT Interstate Project. So the Wisconsin DOT is preparing an environmental impact statement for the spring of 2024 for a 67-mile corridor that spans really all the way from the Beltline interchange into Juneau County by the Wisconsin Dells. 9 miles of it is occurring in Madison. There's 17 interchanges being studied in total, but 6 of them are within the city of Madison. Because they're really on such a rather quick time frame, they would like to select a preferred alternative in the fall of 2023. And then this will go before the State Transportation Projects Commission for funding in late 2024. So if basically WisDOT, once they get the record of decision on the environmental impact statement and the funding in 24, they're good with approvals, and then they'll start moving into design and construction. Of particular interest to the city of Madison are the 2 green interchanges, which do not exist right now. They're the Hepker Road and Milwaukee Street interchanges, which there has been some desire expressed for those. And then also the 151 interchange. The I-94 Wisconsin 30 interchange is more of a system interchange and has less to do with local access, as is Highway 51 interchange. This is a map showing the corridors 2030 routes. Those are the official routes on the state highway plan. Backbones are shown in red. The connectors are shown in blue. Generally, WisDOT prefers system free flow connections between the corridors 2030 routes. So in many ways, when 94 connects with 90 or the like, they like to have a system type of connection. However, on some of the local connections, such as one with East Washington Avenue or with perhaps Milwaukee Street, we have a larger amount of influence on what those connections might look like. This prevents some opportunities for the city of Madison. We can decrease East Washington speeds. If you remember, in 2020, One, there was 5 pedestrian bicycle deaths on East Washington Avenue. Just an amount, a large amount. This particular section of East Washington is 55 miles an hour in the outbound direction, so it's quite fast. It gives us an opportunity to perhaps install 2 new service interchanges. One would serve an existing employment center, one would serve a planned kind of employment center. And then also it provides us an opportunity to perhaps get an urban street access to the American Center.
Excuse me, Tom. Alder Bennett, we were going to hold discussion and questions till the end. Is there an issue?
Oh no, I was just raising my hand for when it is time.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
Well, our normal pattern is to hear the presentation so that the people who are here to make public comment can hear the presentation before they make their comments. And then we can have our discussion and questions after we've heard both from the presenters and from the public. So
I see. Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
that's our normal process. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, and on that note, I might suggest a format that worked pretty well at Plan Commission is we went through the main presentation and the 2 service interchanges, Milwaukee Street and Interstate, took questions and comment then. And then we kind of restarted it with the 151 interchange because that was so confusing. And so we thought it seemed to work pretty well at Plan Commission. You may want to choose to do it that way, or
yeah,
you don't have to.
I participated in the plan. I watched the meeting while it was happening, and I think that did work well. And I would, if that's how we choose to do it, which may I think would probably work well, I would do as Odell did, which would be to stop the presentation after the first 2, as you suggested, and then hear from the public, and then continue on with the presentation. So
okay, that's good.
And then at that point, Alder Bennett and others, we could have questions on what we've done so far, and then so break it up into basically 2 pieces because it's a lot.
It is. It's quite complicated.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So so the discussion, what we'd like to do is talk about the Hepker Road interchange and Milwaukee Street interchange. Maybe we would pause there for questions and public testimony, and then move on to the 151 interchange, interstate alternatives, and ped bike accommodations. If we look at the Hepker Road interchange, to the left is alternative 1, which is a shifted diamond. To the right is alternative 2, which is a partial cloverleaf. In many ways, which alternative is selected probably will be determined by the Wisconsin DOT's traffic modeling. This interchange would lie between 2 system interchanges. One is with 51 and one is with 151. And so typically they like to have a certain amount of weaving distance from gore to gore, as well as a certain service level. And so their traffic modeling will determine probably which one provides the best performance on their interstate. You can see the one on the right, the gore with the partial clover leaf gives a little bit more weaving from the 151 interchange. Brian, maybe you would talk about the next things if you're on and unmuted.
Sure thing. Yep. So hi everyone, I'm Brian Grady. I'm with the city's planning division. I've been working with Tom and other colleagues on this project. We've been presented at 2 public meetings that were held in these 2 potential interchange areas, just some different benefits and challenges that staff sees regarding these potential interchanges. On the Hepker Road, one, we see some benefits as overall it's improving interstate access to some of the area employers, on both sides of the interstate. There's also some regional medical facilities that are pretty critical to a wider part of the population in this area, provide a little better access to them. The interchange this location would help serve some planned residential growth areas to the northeast. It's in our Pumpkin Hollow neighborhood development plan area, basically east of the interstate and kind of north of the Hepker Road generally. We think the interchange here could also facilitate further development on some of the sites within the American Center that are already developed. And so there are some areas with parking or just undeveloped sites or partially developed sites. We think it could facilitate some of that further infilling of the center. That'd be a positive thing. Some challenges that we've noted in the memo addresses this. I think Tom will touch on this, that the interchange would increase traffic on Hepker Road. Right now, it's just a 2-lane road, and so there may need to be some improvements on Hepker to accommodate traffic that would come from an interchange. The very preliminary projections that we have from WSDOT show that changes to traffic on Portage Road may not be that significant. That's also a 2-lane road, and so that may just remain as it is for the most part. Another challenge here is that so much of the area is already kind of built out, and there's also some airport height restrictions. The airport's nearby, and then currently our city plans don't consider an interchange that location. And so if the city were to go in this direction, we'd want to just do a revision to the city plan for that area to contemplate that interchange and make corresponding changes to the planned streets and planned land uses to reflect that change. We want to go through that process with some stakeholders. Tom, if you want to jump to the next slide.
Yeah, for some reason it's not advancing.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. All right. Press
And so
harder. Right.
And so that this map shows, so a lot of this map is from the city's comprehensive plan. So it shows our overall kind of general land use plan. That's the colors on the map. The lines are proposed streets in some areas. So we show that green dot, which is where the location of the potential interchange is. The planned land uses, again, much of this area is developed. A lot of the American Center has kind of grown into that northwest part of the American Center there. And then there's that kind of more limited area for development in the area north of Hepker Road, going north up to Highway towards 19. We showed this interchange impact area, that green outline is an area that kind of staff sees as would be influenced by interchange's location. Basically, if you live, work, or travel to areas within that green boundary, you might use this interchange given kind of where you're coming from or where you're going to after your visit. That could be seen as areas that might flow through this interchange for certain movements. We also show here the orange line is kind of the extent of where the city will grow over time. But again, there's some existing growth, existing development this would serve, some future growth, maybe some future infilling in the American Center that could be benefited from better access to interstate and this neck of the woods. And then the next slide, here's just illustrating some of a lot of employers out in this area, in this part of the American Center, with a more recent UW hospital located there at Hepker, at Portage and Hanson. Baker Tilly building just went up along the interstate. Alliant facility there, American Family, a very large campus. And then the bottom right, the UW Clinic that's currently under construction right along the interstate, where UW Health is consolidating a few clinic locations into one larger facility. And so that's rising on the ground right now, and we'll have a lot of visitors once that opens up.
Okay, so the Milwaukee Street interchange, alternative one is a partial cloverleaf. And you can see that it's kind of built out with an extension from Milwaukee Street on the east side of Sprecher Road. Alternative two is a traditional diamond, again, with a extension of Milwaukee Street on the east side of Sprecher Road. The ramp terminals on alternative two show roundabouts, but I don't think that's actually been determined. Those could be, regular traditional intersections as well. Again, largely, which alternative is the most feasible will probably be determined by the Wisconsin DOT as they do traffic modeling. I think generally there's a desire to maximize the gore-to-gore distance between ramps. This interchange would be within 2 miles of a system interchange ramp. So, typically that doesn't follow policy, but I think the Wisconsin DOT is open to having an interchange here, providing that, the weaving, they can have acceptable operation levels. Brian?
Yep, and so the same benefits and challenges for this Milwaukee Street consideration here. This one would provide interstate access for existing and future east side residents and employers. Right now, we're mostly residential, and mostly residential is south of I-94. An interchange here that's possibly been kind of included in city of Madison plans. It goes back to I guess we'll touch on that a little bit later, but it's included in city plans, been referenced in city plans. Interchange here would have the benefit of building a planned extension of Milwaukee Street underneath I-94 up to Highway T. And so right now, Milwaukee Street, east of Sprecher Road, a 4-lane roadway that just kind of ends right now. But there is a route plan where we go underneath I-94. There's already kind of a bridge that exists on the interstate. This would build that crossing, provide that second crossing to the north of I-94, in addition to Sprecher Road. Right now we just have Sprecher Road crossing in our Madison growth area. This would add a second place to help distribute that traffic, all modes of traffic, all modes of travel. Milwaukee Street and Sprecher Road have been, they're pretty significant streets right now, cross sections right now, built with potential interstate in mind. We do have Fire Station 13 right there, right by at Sprecher and Milwaukee. This would increase their kind of where they can cover, where they can get to in a reasonable amount of time. So it kind of increases their response coverage. It increased response times. And then based on, again, those very preliminary list stop projections, it looks like traffic volume increases on those local roads, Sprecher and Milwaukee Street, from interchange would be modest based on their modeling. A couple of challenges that Milwaukee Street going under I-94 to the north up to T will require some looks like extensive grading on the north side of I-94. It's kind of low on the south side, a little higher on the north side of the interstate there. And then, as Tom just mentioned, it's relatively close, looking at different factors to the Badger interchange, the 9430 interchange with 3990. Here is that future land use map again. And so, yeah, green dot is the potential interchange location. This would be an extension of Milwaukee Street. The green impact area. Impact here is a little larger because there aren't interchanges really in this vicinity. And so we think more people would kind of travel through this if they're based on their destination, where they're coming from, where they might be headed. There's still some growth on the south to happen, like south side of 94 there. It's basically that area of pink and purple on the south side of 94, where we hope to have some employment over time. And then to the north of 94 there, you've got an area that's part of the Northeast Neighborhoods Development Plan, which was adopted in 2009-ish, 2010-ish. And then just to the north of that even is the Reiner Neighborhood Development Plan, which I think went through like in the previous version of this commission just in the last few months. Yeah, shows the land uses there. Again, the idea is to have some employment along the I-94 frontage with some nodes, the purple there, the mixed use nodes, the mini downtowns to help serve that planned existing residential to the south of 94 and planned residential to the north of 94. Although we want to keep growing as a city, as compact as we can. That's one of the main tenets of city growth. We think this could actually help that. And then the next slide, just some plan references. So yeah, that's Sprecher Neighborhood Development Plan back in 1998, kind of proposed this idea of interchange that location. Our comp plan from 2018 references the interchange could help implement the higher intensity employment and mixed use land uses plan for this area that would be good for this area. Basically be nodes to serve those residential areas, create more balance in this area in terms of the commercial and residential. Hopefully some trips could be captured by walking, biking, shorter drives if we have that commercial residential balance. And then the interchange study was recommended by the council in 2017. So city adopted a resolution supporting for the study of an interchange in this location. There's a budget item, the city budget some money for that, but that didn't happen. But now WSDOT's doing this project, which is really good timing. And that, again, that council resolution just stated that it would help implement the land use and transportation recommendations in our neighborhood plans for north and south of 94. The next slide on the left there is a graphic that was developed in 2017, because at the same time in that resolution, kind of a general rendering of what this area could look like if those land uses are implemented. I'll mention this is from 2017, and so we do develop more intensively, more densely over time, we would up the ante even more. We also have things such as transportation demand management, the TDM ordinance that's been approved, transit-oriented development, overlays, things that we hope to, again, enhance how compact we grow, how much of a mix of uses we have as we grow. We hope to see something like that out here over time. Long-term plan, decades, would be decades in the making, certainly. And then we try to pull a couple examples on the right side here of projects kind of near high freeways, basically, that could be kind of part of this. More specific examples, we flagged Arbor Gate, which obviously is office above with service retail on the lower floors. Maybe that structured parking here, maybe the buildings could be up along the street here. They probably would be under our more recent development parameters. And then also the City Center West, which is at the Beltline and Old Sauk Road, basically, where you've got larger buildings, structured parking, a more recent project across Junction Road that includes residential and some commercial. But those nodes where, again, we can, grow as compactly as possible. That would be the goal out here, to make sure that we can do it in a environmentally, fiscally responsible way, basically. Tom,
Okay, yeah, and I pulled this together, Brian. The MPO area just provided the employment density map for 2023, and so you can see where our location of jobs are, job density per acre, and you can see how the Hepker Road interchange would primarily kind of serve an existing employment center in the American Center, as well as kind of the retail center that Sun Prairie has to the east, where the Milwaukee interchange would serve a planned employment center. So, one has an existing employment center and one has a planned employment center that it probably really needs that interchange for it to really occur. At this point, maybe this is a good time to pause and take comments and then maybe take questions.
Okay, before we do that, I'd like to hear from the public so that we can hear from them if they have comments on these two before we have our discussion. And before we do that, Stefan, did we lose Alder Bennett? I don't see Alder Bennett here anymore. Looks like Alder Harrington McKinney joined, but we lost Alder Bennett. Is that correct? Well, hopefully she touches bases if she's having technical issues. Aiden, we have two people, Alder Govindarajan, yes?
I just texted Alder Bennett to see what's going on, and once I get a response, got a response. She's having connection issues.
Okay, all right. Yeah, somebody had connection issues earlier, so thanks for letting us know. We'll watch for her, and hopefully she'll be able to make it back in. We'll also watch the attendees, just because sometimes people end up in there. So Aiden, we have 3 people registered and 2 who wish to speak. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct. So
Okay.
Our first person is Jonathan Pradena of Congress Ave, Madison. Neither supports nor opposes and would like to speak.
Okay, go ahead, Jonathan.
Thanks. I think the Hepker Road interchange will be good, but most of my comments are about the 151 interchanges near my house. So I'll save those for later. Thanks.
Oh, you can go. Well, it's up to you if you want to go ahead and do them now, or we can come back and have you do them after you see the presentation. Which would you prefer? Would you like to see the presentation first before you make your comments, Jonathan?
Yeah, I've read through most of this stuff, but I'd be interested in watching and sticking around. Thanks.
Okay, all right. And who do we have next?
So next is Julie Oluk of University Row. Neither supports nor opposes and wishes to speak.
Julie, did you wish to comment on Hepker or Milwaukee Street, or were you more interested in 151?
Thank you. Hepker and 151. So I can, and my comments are melded. So I can speak to Hupker and maybe foreshadow 151 a bit, if that's okay.
Absolutely, go ahead.
Okay, so hi everyone, I'm Julie Olick. I'm the Director of Community Relations at UW Health, and really appreciate the staff presentation and all the DOT's work on this, and I want to start out with that. So to be clear about where UW Health is coming from, we support the Hupker interchange, either alternative. And we also support what you will see coming in Tom and Brian's presentation on 151, which is alternative 5 or 5A. And clearly there's some balancing going on between the two, and we appreciate that. In both Hupker and 151, we see opportunities for improved social determinants of health, equity, and connectivity for all modes of transportation. So a little bit of background on Hupker. Since 2018, we have been working with a group of stakeholders in and around the American Center around the Hupker interchange idea. And this includes American Family, Alliant, FedEx, the city of Sun Prairie, and certainly the city, including our new alder, Sabrina Madison. You've seen a bit of our major investment in the American Center. We have 4 major locations there. We also fund a metro line. We provide free bus passes to all our employees. And we're very supportive of the BRT connection that will run eventually through the American Center. And we've attended all the public information sessions and met with staff. So quickly, regarding Hupker, we are excited about the prospect of this interchange and understand the comments about the policy regarding funding. We're interested in working with the city on that, and very interested in the potential for a development plan, a neighborhood plan that would be more in sync with the comp plan and a vision centered on equity. And as far as 151, very interested in the potential for much stronger bike, ped, and transit connectivity, which we would love to see grow meaningfully in the future. And I'm going to run out of my 3 minutes, so I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julie. Anybody have any questions for Julie? Okay, thanks much. Let's have comments and questions and for staff. And Tom, what could you explain to everybody exactly what you're looking for from the commission so that we can maybe do this in 2 parts and offer you the comments and feedback that you need?
Yeah, I think the Wisconsin DOT is looking for kind of an understanding of what Madison's preference is. And so there will come a time when we actually provide formal comments on their environmental impact statement, but I think they'd like a little bit of guidance earlier. So we've prepared the staff memo. We're presenting it to the Plan Commission and Transportation Commission. We'll collect comments if there are alterations, and then probably this will be transmitted under a cover letter from the mayor to the Wisconsin DOT, kind of indicating the city of Madison's values and preferences. Because it's like, for instance, if they announce a preferred alternative this fall, right? And then we provide an official comment in March when they release their environmental impact statement saying that we can't live with their preferred alternative, it doesn't really serve anyone, right? It puts them behind schedule. For us, it's harder to influence changes or modifications because so much of it's been designed and studied already. So this is, I think, provides a mutual benefit to both City of Madison. It's a point of influence for us, and then it's a point of temperature taking for the Wisconsin DOT.
Mm-hmm. And just to summarize, and Tom and Chris, you were both there. The Plan Commission had a good discussion, a lot of comments and discussion, but there wasn't any formal additional feedback to add to your staff recommendations. If I, do I remember that correctly, Chris? Okay. That's a nod yes from him. Okay, so comments and questions on Hepker Road and Milwaukee Street. Robbie, go ahead.
Yeah, I can see the value of an interchange at Hepker Road. You've got relatively low density development because of the airport to the west of the interstate. And the American family, for better or worse, that whole development is pretty oriented towards driving. So, you know, I can see a advantage also in more direct access from the north for those, say, trying to access that area and that employment center. My concern, I think, is the proposed interchange at the extension of Milwaukee Street. And maybe you can help me understand why that would be an advantage to the city of Madison. I'm a little bit worried about the amount of land that is taken up by any interchange. Any kind of interchange basically sucks up a huge amount of land. And we are starting to run out of land. And I'm wondering if that's the best use for the land that we have. So that's one concern. Also, you mentioned that the interchange would increase mixed use, promoting biking and walking. But most land use near interchanges tend to be pretty car oriented, and I am a little skeptical that any development would be pedestrian and bicycle friendly or particularly intense, dense, something that people would want to bike and walk to. And then thirdly, I think that interchanges and the land uses that tend to cluster around them tend to divide communities rather than unite them. So I think those are my three concerns about the Milwaukee Street extension and interchange. And perhaps you can help me understand why it would be an advantage to the city as a whole and our goal to lessen single occupancy vehicle travel. Thanks.
Yeah, I'll provide just a few opening comments, and then I think Brian will have the majority of the comments. I think the thought process now is that to really achieve the densities that are shown in the Sprecher plan, you need interstate access. If that interstate access isn't provided, we probably won't get the commercial and employment uses, bordering, and so it would end up probably be a continuation of what's there, which is kind of low to moderate density housing. You know what I mean? That you kind of need the freeway access to attract the employment. That's like, instead of going there, you've noticed some of that employment has instead gone to County Highway N interchange in Cottage Grove. If you go around there, you have kind of an employment commercial center. But I'm going to stop there. And Brian, why don't you explain more fully?
Gary, you're going to say something there. Maybe not.
What?
Chair Kovich, I saw you raise your hand, but maybe not.
I was going to ask Tom to comment on something, but I'll wait to hear what you have to say first, Brian.
Sure, sounds good. Yeah, so in terms of the use of land, I think looking at a crystal ball that the city would over time extend Milwaukee Street up to Highway T, regardless of an interchange or not. And so that will take some land. This also provides a critical connection across 94. 94 is a barrier right now between the north and south sides. And so I think that would go through. I think it's a critical connection for all modes. And so really add in an interchange onto that, it takes up, yeah, some land, but it's really not that much land in the grand scheme of things. So in terms of the use of land, we think overall, it seems a little counterintuitive, but we think that having more employment, some commercial in this area in a compact form basically creates a reason to have more density, especially on the north side 94, has a reason for more density to occur. If we're not going to have a balanced neighborhood, the complete neighborhood we achieve for, the complete neighborhoods that we have across the city where people have the benefit of walking or biking to that nearby commercial node. If we don't have that node out here, then I don't think there's going to be a reason for higher density to be located out here. And so it seems counterintuitive. Yes, an interchange, you typically think of like a truck stop, low density town development and well and septic. This would not be that. We try to pull those examples, Arbor Gate, City Center West. That's an example of, 2 examples. We see a whole district of that along I-94. And so some major benefits, we can get some more intensive land that includes tax base and jobs along the whole I-94 frontage there, which has a lot of noise. It may not be ideal for residential as an alternative use. We think we need that district to support this. As we do our projections for the area that exists today, south of 94, and then also north of 94, if we develop compactly, which we do at an ever increasing pace, there could be basically the population of the city of Eau Claire in this area, mostly north of 94, in this general growth area, in that orange and that green outline we had in there. You could have basically a population of 60, 70,000 people in this area. So for us, we want to have that Eau Claire have commercial and employment nearby that you can walk, bike, or take a short drive to. We want to have that balance. Otherwise, people are going to be driving out of the neighborhood to go to other areas. And so we want to have that, create that complete neighborhood that has a lot of intensity. We have transit right now on Milwaukee Street. That's a great benefit for interchange this location to benefit the employment. Our colleagues in City DOT say Reiner Road is a future logical corridor. We want to have Reiner Road north of here be that South Park Street corridor, be that main corridor that we have today. And so we need a reason for that density to occur. And we need the employment and the commercial for that balance to happen. So we think it's overall interchange. This is not a truck stop type interchange. This is following Madison's parameters, compact growth, but really maximizing the land use. If we don't have interchange, we think it will be just a continuation of low and moderate densities without really a reason to have any higher density. So yes, we think we'll have more mixed use. We can capture that mixed use. We can create mini downtowns north and south of the interchange of 94. Maybe we have like a Sun Prairie type downtown on the north side of the interstate there, where again, you can walk and bike to. This is going to take place over decades. We think we can do it. We think we're confident we can do that with our city parameters. In terms of dividing communities right now, we just think that right now this area could lack these nodes that create community. And so we hope to have these mixed use nodes, these mini downtowns on the north and south side that again, create more community. These are the mixed use nodes like we have in some neighborhoods, the commercial corridors that provide those gathering places. We want to have that. And without interchange, the requests that we're getting right now are for things like gas stations. Gas stations would love to locate along this area now. That's not going to cut it. That's not going to create community. We want to create these mixed use nodes that can create those communities.
Okay, well, I guess I'll just say we'll see what happens. I'm a little skeptical, and it's kind of ironic that you mentioned Sun Prairie because I was on the MPO when they requested an interchange at Reiner Road and promised that they were going to do a traditional neighborhood north of 151. And of course, instead, as soon as we approved that interchange, they made it into a Woodman's, a Costco, a Menards, and a Walmart instead of a traditional neighborhood. So, that's been my experience with adding interchanges. That's what, of course, Sun Prairie basically pulled the wool over the MPO's eyes in changing their neighborhood plan right after the interchange had been approved. I trust that Madison won't do that, but who knows what's going to happen in the decades in the future. We may have different people in charge. So anyway, I've stated my concerns, and so I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. And Tom, you may be talking about this later on, but Robbie had mentioned a concern about dividing the community. And toward the end of your presentation, you're going to talk about ped bike connections and how there's a plan to reconnect the communities so that hopefully that would be incorporated into this so that it wouldn't divide the community. Would that be the case?
Yeah, we'll talk about bike ped opportunities actually with this. And then probably I appreciate what Robbie's saying and her concerns. I think probably officially because the interchange isn't an adopted plan, that was voted on by council, that officially has to probably be our position unless it gets taken out of the plan, And so, but understand her concerns, and we don't want another big box hub kind of, which is what I think she's saying.
Great. Okay, Alder Martinez Rutherford, go ahead.
Yeah. Thinking about that area, knowing both sides of the freeway there is a bit of low cost housing and affordable housing. And the idea of this to offer services and ease of movement from that neighborhood on this side and then building a neighborhood kind of hub for people over there in that area feels very positive and forward looking. So I feel like it'll connect people a lot more than it will divide them, in my personal opinion. But thank you.
Thanks. Chris, go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to flag a concern I had, basically just around traffic flow and modeling. We may talk about modeling later, but basically once we introduce these new connections, the new interchanges, which I'm sort of indifferent about, that will pull a lot of short trips, people wanting to get to Milwaukee or use the highway for trips that they wouldn't have before. And I think that's a situation we see on the Beltline now, where there was a study that a lot of folks are just getting on the Beltline for a short distance. And so just that we're mindful of that, that we don't create this cycle of, we've attracted a bunch of people to use the highway for these short trips, and now we see a bunch more traffic and we have to have more capacity, and sort of get in this cycle of building out the highways for uses that they shouldn't really be used for. So.
Yeah, maybe I'll make one statement since you mentioned the traffic modeling. The preliminary traffic demand assignments show volumes on Sprecher and Milwaukee, increasing between 5 and 15%, which is, I'm going to just say it was less than I expected. I thought Milwaukee Street would get hit, and for some reason it's not. And I guess that could be maybe explored a little bit more. Conversely, Hepker Road actually receives quite a bit more traffic. So I think that the phenomena that you're discussing, the model is reflecting that, in that I think Hepker Road gets almost an additional 10,000 vehicles, perhaps because it provides a route to some of that commercial node in Sun Prairie. So.
Okay. Thanks, Chris. Bill, go ahead.
Thanks, Sam. This is a question, I guess, of Tom, and what I have not seen so far in any of the paperwork is I wonder if you've had discussion with WSDOT regarding the development of the interchange justification report that has to go with this to Federal Highway to get approval for adding these interchanges. Have they looked at that sufficiently to give you, or have you seen a draft?
No, they are preparing it, and Dan Shave, who is on staff with WSDOT, is here, and maybe it would be most appropriate for him to give an answer to that.
Okay, I maybe just to tell you, my concern is about the the weave, particularly at Milwaukee Street, the proximity to the system interchange with, and because I think it's going to be, it might be a problem.
Yeah, we are. I guess this is Dan Shea with the Wisconsin DOT. Bill, we are completing our traffic modeling right now. We have not submitted any interstate access justification report to FHWA. They would have the final approval on new interstate access in this location, and they would look at what the operations on the interstate look like with a new interchange.
I will say that the Wisconsin DOT did develop some alternatives that eliminated that weave through grade separated braided ramps. And staff
That's from Milwaukee Street, or for Hepker, or both.
Primarily for Milwaukee Street because of the interchange. And we thought that there were so many CD roads and different exits for you go 7 different directions inside of a mile, and we just thought it was
too
less intuitive. So we'll see if what FHWA will accept.
Yeah, I'm really concerned about especially the alternative that has the ramps west of Milwaukee Street.
Yeah, the
on and off. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks, Bill. Anybody else have any other questions or comments with regard to Hepker Road or Milwaukee Street? Alder Harrington McKinney, go ahead.
I think you may be muted, Alder McKinney.
She doesn't show us muted, but we can't hear you, Alder.
Alder McKinney on the bottom left-hand corner, right next to your microphone icon. If you click the up arrow, it might give you some different options. Maybe select same as system if it's not already selected.
1, 2, 3.
There you go.
Okay, thank you. I want to go back to what Robbie was saying is that what I've noticed is that highways do separate communities. I know that you said that the goal is to combine and bring communities together, but that is a reality that you have. It's almost like we are looking at the other side of the track. So that's something I just is in my mind, and hopefully, that can dispel that. And we're talking about walkability and all of those things, and we're going to work in biking. And so what I'm looking at is what is that population going to be? What is the projection of that population? Because we don't all bike, and so I know that is a major impetus of trying to put these systems together. But I want to really look at those kinds of things, dividing and separating communities rather than bringing them together. So that would be a concern for me, that we're not creating isolated communities where there's one community on one side of the track and then another type of community on the other side of the track.
Brian, Tom, you want to comment on that?
I guess I would just right now, these 94 is a giant barrier, and so these two areas are totally separate. At least with I-39/90 in this area, you've got streets that cross it. You've got Milwaukee Street that go across the interstate, Cosgrove Road, Buckeye, Fembright eventually. Right now along 94, you've got Sprecher Road, and then that's it. There's a little bit to the east, there's Gaston Road, but there's environmental features that separate Madison's growth area from Gaston Road. Then the next crossing is I-94, and so there's just, in this area, there are no connections to the north. There's got Sprecher Road, that's it. And so that Milwaukee Street extension is critical to just distribute that traffic, provide people with options. Right now, there's not a lot of development north of 94. But the area north of 94 is the city's last growth area, basically. Looking over the course of decades, this will not happen over the course of years, but decades. But the area north of 94 is the last growth area. The area south of 94 is a nice community. We have we do have a mixed use node kind of by the Great Dane on the east side there, in the Grandview Commons area where Metro Market is. So much of the area south of 94 has that great mixed use node, but it's getting quite a ways away from where Sprecher, Milwaukee's at, where our fire station is. So we need another node. We need a mini downtown, like a downtown Sun Prairie, which is a great example, a great place. We need another node south of 94. We need another node to the north of 94 where T and Reiner cross. And so this is an opportunity. We can, as a city, we can either continue to grow. We can grow how we did in the 80s, the 90s, early 2000s, where we can consider it sprawl. We have giant 4-lane roads that separate neighborhoods back up to the road. Or in this area, we can grow more compactly, and we can replicate more of these areas like Park Street, like East Wash, like Willie Street. We can replicate that and create this more of a compact development that is served by transit, has its balance of jobs, commercial, residential. You have things to actually walk to rather than drive to. We can create something better. We're trying to do that. Grandview Commons is a great example of how we do it better. We want to create Grandview Commons in this entire area that, again, will have the population of Eau Claire over time. So we want Eau Claire to be just more of this continuation of the 90s development, or we want to do better. And so we need an interchange to do that, because right now we're not going to get that commercial, which is a key component.
It sounds. Thank you. It sounds good, and I going forward, I just don't want any pockets that end up isolated. And so right now I'm on Buckeye Road, so there's a lot of traffic on. So I know the area, but there are pockets that are created. So we're trying to do expansion, and I'm glad that you're looking forward at it, so we won't create pockets unintentionally end up isolated. That's my comment. Thank you.
Sure, and that's not the first time that we've heard that comment today. So this evening, so everybody will continue to work toward that, toward not having that happen. Thanks, Alder. Pepe, go ahead.
Thank you, Ann. I guess I'm still not convinced. I personally, I think there's a lot of information that still potentially lacking of how this will impact. I'm not fully against or in favor of this. I'm kind of looking at how other connections to the highway have impacted other areas. For example, the further east, where Highway N is. I hear Brian saying that potentially this connection with Milwaukee would help develop both north and south of the highway. When I look at Highway N, it looks like, yes, it helped towards Cottage Grove, but I don't see much development north of the highway necessarily. So I'm not so sure how that impact would work. But what I do see is a patch of low density residential area south of that potential connection. And I think of how those families there would be impacted by cars potentially coming at certain speeds or expecting to be at certain speeds around the highway. Now, knowing that, this is a multi-organism plan and construction, I guess my question would be, now that we have both Tom and Brian here, I hear that there's hopes, or some other people have mentioned how this could potentially bring more multi-modal benefits to the area. Now my question is, how much is this in the hands of the WSDOT or how much is in the hands of Madison? Is the WSDOT gonna focus mostly in the highway, and then it's gonna be in the hands of the city of Madison? How much we bring that down to benefiting people walking, biking, rolling, or driving at lower speeds? Or is this something that is going to be included from the beginning in the WSDOT project?
Yeah, we do talk. There's a second half to this presentation, so we have another 40 minutes of presentation to show. This is just kind of a pause. For the Milwaukee Street interchange, it's in our plan. It's officially in our plan for about the last 2 decades. Madison will have a chance in the spring to either accept a cost share that would be associated with that interchange or not. Okay. And Madison, and so everyone on this committee, it'll be referred to this commission. If they choose not to, then the plan really needs to be revised, because this is, if this interchange probably isn't installed now, it won't be installed in the next 40 years. You know, they kind of re-evaluate the interstate once every 40 or 50 years. And so, you know, we didn't choose this for our work plan, but Wisconsin DOT chose to do these studies. And so if we're gonna have a Milwaukee Street interchange, this is our time to decide. And if we're not, then the comp plan needs to be revised, and that needs to be taken out. And so right now, I think our official comments have to probably advocate for the Milwaukee Street interchange, because that's what's been voted on by council after council. However, this spring, if the council chooses not to provide the local cost share, and that will be required, then that would be an apt opportunity to say, we're not going to do this, and then the planning division will have to probably revise the Sprecher neighborhood plan and choose some different land uses, you know, for that kind of area.
Okay, Pippi, did you have anything else at this point?
No, that's good. Thanks, Tom, for the explanation.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. Denise, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Ann. Tom and Brian, if this is going to be addressed in the second half of the presentation, just let me know. But I am thinking about the non-driver getting into these areas as well. And, you know, it's an early question, but how are we thinking about with these interchanges, people getting across them if they're not in a car? You know, what's transit going to look like? What's the bike ped infrastructure going to look like? So I know that that's on your list for the second part. So if you want to address it then, that's totally fine. But that's what's giving me some pause, is how are we making sure that there's flow for non-drivers, so that if we're creating these, like, you know, unique downtowns, that it's not exclusionary to people who can drive in and out of them to get to work or to get to other destinations.
Yeah, that's actually I would have had a different answer for you 6 months ago than I do now. The Far East was actually kind of a beneficiary of the transit network redesign. And so we actually have, I think, I can't remember if it's C or D, that goes out on Milwaukee Street, and it goes really kind of right in front of the interchange on the south side. So the transit access, particularly to that Milwaukee Street area, is orders of magnitude better than it was just 3 months ago. So I think that's good. Also, the Hanson Road area will be the recipient of half of the BRT routing will be going through the Hanson Road area. So there's some to that. So the Hanson Road area node is like a half mile south of Hepker Road. So that's maybe a little bit less sure. There will be good transit service to the American Center, but most of that transit service will be south of the Hepker interchange.
And ped bike, Tom?
The ped bike, why don't we wait
on that? Okay.
It's the last thing that's in the presentation, so why don't we just wait on that?
Sure.
Okay, thank you much.
Okay. Alder Harrington McKinney, your hand is up again.
No, it's not. It's not showing. It might have been just from the last time.
It is all lowered for you. There we go.
Thank you.
Darren, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Just a question, since there was talk of creating commercial nodes and downtowns. When it comes to these streets designed around there, who has jurisdiction over that? Is that WISDOT, or does City of Madison get to dictate what they are? Because I know what WISDOT does in downtowns, so that's a huge concern.
Yeah. So Wisconsin DOT will have probably jurisdiction over the ramp terminals, and then probably between 500 and 1,000 feet on either side of the ramp terminals. But then after that, it's our jurisdiction. So we've kind of set up a 4-lane section going to the Milwaukee Street interchange. It doesn't mean that it has to be that north of I-94, but it might be. Hepker Road. Hepker Road is we're not going to. I don't think we're going to have acute downtown by Hepker Road.
Right. No, I'm less concerned about Hepker than
So
I am
I
about
think that
Milwaukee.
one's going to be probably more of a 4-lane. Hepker Road might end up looking a little bit like Mineral Point Road. That might be how that looks like.
Is that all you had, Darren?
That is, thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
Tom.
Any other comments or questions at this point? Okay, great discussion so far. Tom, you want to continue on?
Yeah, why don't I? Here. So I'm going to say that for the 151 interchange, some of the WISDOT designers were creative. When we look at this interchange, we have some key objectives. We'd like to slow speeds on East Washington Avenue. We'd like to provide an urban connection to the American Center. It's almost, unless you're willing to get in a car and on a freeway, it's almost impossible to get to the American Center. On a bike, it's near impossible. In fact, a member of my family was in the hospital there, and you have to get in a car to get there. Essentially, it's very difficult to bike. We'd like to reduce noise impacts. We'd like to enhance development opportunities. We'd like to complement bus rapid transit, and we kind of would like to be somewhat consistent with a Rattman neighborhood development plan entrance. And they, in concept, I think the Rattman plan sought to have one additional entrance into the American Center. This is a Google Earth showing East Washington west of the interstate, and so you can see how this interchange, which is right by East Town Mall, has free flowing ramps, and so cars get off of the interstate going 70 miles an hour, and they're still going 55 miles an hour when they hit East Washington right here. And so that has safety implications. These are the pedestrian deaths that occurred in 2021 along East Washington Avenue. And here's just a street view picture of East Washington Avenue, a little ways from the interchange. You can see it's 55 miles an hour. A pedestrian crossing here, they get hit, they will die. You know what I mean? Granted, the cars slow as they move farther west, but we would rather that they, slow from 40 miles an hour down to, 30 miles an hour rather than 55 miles an hour to 45 miles an hour, because we have that has a direct correlation on safety. If we look at High Crossing east of the interstate, on the south side of High Crossing, we do have some density. We have hotels, we have some business uses. But on the north side of High Crossing, which is to the left, you can see that it's relatively low density. There's a lot of surface parking. We have a movie theater that I think is being torn down or not, or will be very soon. And so there's opportunity for the north side of High Crossing to be a little bit more than it is. There could be more density there. It could support more uses. We go to the east side of the interstate by the American Center. This is a little bit older. There's more development here than is shown in this picture, but you can see adjacent to 151 freeway, most of these land uses are primarily developed. If we have additional access, let's say, provided to these properties right here, they're not necessarily likely to redevelop. You know, it'll just be a connection. So if we think of that in context, you know, if we review the existing crossing, which is shown right here, it doesn't really slow East Washington speeds. People come off the freeway very fast. There is a very limited urban connection to the American Center. I would say you have to go on High Crossing Boulevard, and really you're almost going through a semi-expressway there. The noise is good relatively compared to the others because we don't have elevated free flow ramps. It complements bus rapid transit okay in that we do have a bus rapid transit routing that goes along High Crossing Boulevard and captures some of the housing to the east of High Crossing Boulevard. And we don't have an added American Center entrance. This is alternative one. There are some good aspects of this. You can see that the system movements that Wisconsin DOT is going to be most concerned about, which is basically the 151 to the interstate connection. They all have generally free-flowing ramps. Okay, so you can see the westbound to southbound is free-flowing, the northbound to northeastbound is free-flowing. But the service connection to East Washington Avenue, we have a traditional diamond interchange, and at the end of the diamond interchange, we have traffic signals. And so the city views those traffic signals as a good thing, right? Instead of coming off the freeway and going 40 or 50 miles an hour, people, vehicles actually have to stop and make a left or a right turn to get onto East Washington Avenue, and it kind of introduces that urban atmosphere. It doesn't really provide or enhance an urban connection to the American Center. It doesn't really reduce noise because it has one elevated ramp, right? It doesn't necessarily enhance development opportunities. It doesn't necessarily do anything to change our BRT service, and it doesn't add an American Center entrance. But there are some benefits with the stops. If we look at alternative two, we actually view alternative two as actually worse, right? Because you can see it has a free-flowing ramp that's elevated, but all of the free-flow ramps onto East Washington Avenue remain. So the speeds that are characteristic of cars coming off a freeway will remain the same. It changes the American Center entrance to a diamond interchange, and probably it pushes it a little bit farther to the northeast so that they can achieve their weaving distances. It doesn't provide an urban connection. There's no, necessarily new or urban connection. It doesn't really enhance development opportunities. It's probably about the same as far as BRT. BRT would continue to have to make multiple turns on High Crossing Boulevard. Doesn't really add an entrance to the American Center. Alternative three is interesting. You can see that, the DOT actually thought quite a bit. Here they have free-flowing ramps, from 151 to the interstate to the north, as well as free-flowing ramps from the 151 to the interstate to the south. However, East Washington Avenue, okay, does not join 151 until up closer to the American Center. East Washington Avenue is actually kind of extended along the 151 freeway, and it kind of acts as a complement to High Crossing Boulevard. So here's a single loaded, you might say it's a single loaded urban street that might provide a little bit more incentive to have higher density development between the East Washington extension and High Crossing Boulevard. The noise, this would probably be poor. If you think about it, the interstate, at this point right here, the interstate is one level above East Washington Avenue, and then this free-flowing ramp is another level above this. And so this will have multiple levels as a system interchange and probably provide an opportunity for noise to propagate a little bit more. It does provide, as I mentioned, a little bit more development opportunity in the area between High Crossing Boulevard. It doesn't really change bus rapid transit, and it doesn't really add a entrance to the American Center. Alternative 4 is very similar to Alternative 3, except the extension onto East Washington Avenue. And instead of it occurring south of 151, it occurs north of 151. It would slow East Washington speeds because we would have signals here. However, there wouldn't, this roadway basically from the American Center to the Diamond interchange here probably would have some speeds that are, you know, a little bit higher, you know, probably 45 miles an hour. We find on streets that don't have intersections like John Nolan Drive or whatever, cars tend to want to go faster. And so we probably would have some speeding problems there. The noise would be similar as to Alternative 3. Doesn't really change bus rapid transit. Doesn't really enhance any development opportunities because you see, while this provides another urban connection, which is a good thing, you know, these properties right here are already fully developed and they're probably not going to redevelop. Right? And it doesn't really provide another American Center entrance. Alternative 5, you know, city staff kind of like Alternative 5. It was a creative alternative that the Wisconsin DOT was willing to explore. Basically what it does is it extends East Washington Avenue and extends it onto High Crossing Boulevard. So the High Crossing Boulevard is just another extension of East Washington Avenue. And so this actually might, you think about the development opportunities that exist on East Washington Avenue, this probably would provide very similar opportunities. Traditional Diamond interchange, right here with the interstate, the signals that exist on High Crossing Boulevard. So basically, you know, the 151 traffic that's coming off here would enter an urban environment probably a mile sooner than it does currently. And so, you know, that means that the speeds are likely to be slower. Our speeds that are by Easttown, probably instead of being 50 miles an hour, they'd probably be more characteristic of 35 miles an hour, just because that traffic's been through an urban environment. The noise on this is, we kind of like it because instead of going above, there is one free-flowing ramp that goes above, but another free-flowing ramp instead goes below. And so by having it go below, it kind of pushes that sound down. So there's some advantages to that. We've talked about it, enhanced development opportunities. Basically, we believe this would complement BRT because bus rapid transit essentially is on East Washington Avenue, and it could just continue on to High Crossing Boulevard without having to weave through some of Easttown. This doesn't really provide an added American Center entrance. So we staff like this a lot. However, there have been some concerns. When they've done some of their preliminary demand modeling, they found that by introducing this urban connection on 151 to East Washington and kind of eliminating the freeway connection to East Washington, a lot of that traffic ends up diverting the highway Interstate 90, 39, as well as Highway 30. Okay, so in Madison's eyes, in some ways, that's a good thing, right? Because it actually decreases the volumes entering the Stoughton Road, East Washington intersection by 30%. So you think about it, all of a sudden the Stoughton Road, East Washington intersection has 30% less traffic than it used to, which makes the alternatives that are being considered for that a lot more viable. However, the DOT has to manage all the weaving and the capacity within these two routes, which are under their jurisdiction. And so they do have some concerns over this diversion. Here, you can kind of see the line thicknesses are roughly proportional to the traffic volume shift. I think Highway 30 gets another 20,000 vehicles per day, as does High Crossing. And so they're concerned about that. Consequently, they kind of came up with a alternative 5A, which has similar characteristics to alternative 5. And staff, I think, generally feel like this is okay. It keeps a lot of the characteristics, the extension of East Washington Avenue onto High Crossing. It does allow 151 freeway drivers to connect directly to East Washington on the west side of the interstate through a signalized intersection. They do have some iterations of alternative 5A where it's more free flowing. We would prefer the connection be a signalized intersection because it does introduce that urban roadways sooner. And then it also has a diamond interchange that's a little bit northeast of American Parkway, again, probably so that they can provide enough weaving distances. So you can see this has many green features that we like. Staff recommendations, generally we believe alternative 5 accomplishes the greatest number of objectives and reduces volumes on East Washington Avenue, which is of interest to us. However, if Alt 5 can't be implemented, Alt 5A with similar geometry to Alt 5 accomplishes many objectives. It provides an urban intersection connection to East Washington. That's what we'd like. And we'd like an all ages and abilities connections to High Crossing. One of the iterations of Alt 5A, they're exploring a diverging diamond interchange, which that can be very complicated for pedestrians and bikes to get through. Some versions of diverging diamonds, you actually have to cross to the center of the median and walk through between ramps. And, we would like an all ages and abilities crossing. If those can't be occur, we think alternative 3 accomplishes many objectives. Now I'm going to go on to the mainline alternatives. This is the first alternative is just modernizing existing travel lanes, which basically increases the shoulders. The second is a modernization with managed lanes. Managed lanes is kind of a fancy way to say we'd like to put in a flex lane with a little bit more shoulder width. So this is what's occurring on the Beltline. For the interstate, the flex lane would probably be used probably Fridays and Saturdays. Interestingly, the interstate's peak volumes are on the weekends more than the weekdays. And then the third is a modernization plus an added general purpose lane. So generally, I think position of Madison is that when you add freeway capacity, vehicles come. Generally, there's a lot of studies that show that adding motor vehicle capacity just increases vehicle miles traveled. So we would advocate for the least amount of capacity expansion possible. So probably we'd prefer modernization of existing travel lanes, but if they felt like that capacity was needed, we would prefer managed lanes over a full capacity expansion. Again, this is mostly their system, and they will probably be looking at their performance targets. Another thing that's of interest and I can't tell you how many meetings it seems like I've had in the last month regarding this, and it's regarding noise. This graphic was used in the environmental document for the Flex Lane project, and I think it's very helpful in illustrating the effect of noise walls. A noise wall really, you can see it's quite effective for about 100 feet. 200 feet, there's some effect, but by 300 feet, there's almost no effect. And so I think a lot of people feel like, well, if you put up noise walls, it'll help this whole neighborhood. And noise walls really help the homes that are directly adjacent mostly. Right now, I'm going to give the Wisconsin DOT credit for changing some of their noise policy. They have a two-pronged policy that's kind of in line with federal guidelines. It's called a feasible and reasonable criteria. The feasible is that they have to be able to build a noise wall and achieve a 5 decibel reduction for at least one impacted receptor. That used to be 9 decibels, so they have modified it. But they also impose a reasonable criteria, which means that they have to be able to build that wall for $50,000 per receptor. So I'm going to say that that used to be $30,000 per receptor. So again, acknowledge that they've raised it up, which is good. However, if you look at the Beltline Flex Lane project, there was over 100 impacted receptors, and they modeled, I think, 20 noise walls, and they could not achieve the reasonableness criteria for any of the impacted receptors. So there was no noise wall mitigation provided for the Flex Lane. And so, the city of Madison, if the DOT is going to invest literally billions of dollars in this interstate project, that they review their reasonable criteria, and that if they're going to create noise impacts, and it's reasonable for them to spend billions of dollars while creating those noise impacts, they should revise their reasonableness criteria so that noise mitigation is a possibility. Now we'll go into the pedestrian and bike accommodations, and this is particularly critical. I thought I'd use the Milwaukee Street crossing as an example. This was, I think, bridge was resurfaced in 2012, and there was a decision at that time not to put in pedestrian facilities, and yet now on the other side we have a fair amount of multi-family housing. That housing isn't necessarily near services, so you see students walking across this, you see people with grocery bags walking across this. It's just really amazing. And so we actually just put in this treatment about a month ago to provide a walking thing, but you can see how we're using temporary barricades. How are we going to maintain this during the winter? It just provides really a challenge for everyone. So it's really critical that now, they reconstruct the interstate once every 40 or 50 years. And so now is the time to make sure that we get what will be needed, right? So we listed kind of the recommended connections based on the connections that are in our plans, neighborhood plans. And we as staff, we prioritize them. One of them is the first one is that Milwaukee Street sidewalks and bike accommodations, which I just showed you the picture. Second is this Capital City and Glacial Drumlin connection that's, I think we've been trying to get through for 15 years. I think we're getting closer. Other is the Greater Easttown Area Plan, which was recently approved, puts one close to the railroad. The Rattman Neighborhood Development Plan puts one kind of it's a connection up to the American Center. This is kind of an interesting thing because you can bike up Portage Road and right to the freeway, and it just looks like you should be able to cross the freeway there and get to the American Center, but you can't. You know what I mean? It's a pretty obvious missing connection. Others, such as the extension of Anderson and Pumpkin Hollow, would help serve future plan development, but would not serve necessarily existing development. And then these are the other ones that are in our plans that are perhaps what we consider of lower priority. These are the Wisconsin DOT milestones. They would like to have a recommended preferred alternative in July. I believe that's probably going to be delayed a little bit, but they want to show their preferred alternative in October, which is in highway timelines. That's very fast. This is a very fast moving project. They will release their draft EIS in the early 2024. At that time, the city of Madison will have to provide an interchange funding commitment for the cost share. They'll finish up the final EIS and a record of decision in the summer, and then they will go before their Transportation Projects Commission hearing in late fall to see if they get funding. And if they get funding and they get their record of decision, then they pretty much have all the approvals they need to move forward with some parts of this project. Now, this is a 67-mile long project, so I could see that, ultimately this will take probably 10 years to construct. And so we don't know where they will start, and what parts they'll do first, but that's that. So that's the, and this was actually a rather long presentation, but has pretty important impacts. And I'm just going to say some Wisconsin DOT planning projects are kind of planning projects. That's something that's going to happen way in the future. And this is imminent, and this is kind of real. This will likely happen. So, and it will happen quickly.
Thanks, Tom. Why don't we go to Jonathan now so we can hear from him?
Thank you. So I think 5 is pretty new. I've not seen that one before. The public sessions that were in Sun Prairie a couple months ago just had 1 through 4, I think. And my preference is more of a 4. I think it has a lot of the best of the 3s with less of the negatives. My concern with 3, having that East Washington on the backside of the car dealerships, might be kind of bringing traffic from Nelson Road kind of through the car dealerships. And then my real big concern with 5 is you're taking East Washington, and I think I heard 20,000 vehicles per day on High Crossing, which right now is a pretty quiet 2-lane road. And both plans of 5 look like they're making that into a 3-lane both ways instead of 2 lanes both ways. And, I'm an avid cyclist. I coach mountain bike for Sun Prairie because the school district east of the interstate, Sun Prairie. And, we normally bike towards Sun Prairie because we don't have a lot of biking access, to get across the interstate. And so just looking at making High Crossing more of a more trafficked road, I think is kind of counterintuitive to making it more bicycle friendly. I think option 4, you could kind of keep the traffic closer to 151 and then, do some more bicycle improvements through High Crossing to kind of separate them more. I know there was some talk about, people don't like biking on East Wash. So, don't put the biking by East Wash, bring that biking through on High Crossing and then around with option 4, kind of bringing it around into the American Family. And I think there is a letter from Jane that's in the attachments that, the American Family Drive is, or option 3 kind of puts it on that private drive instead of on the boulevard. And so a lot of those other ones that are similar to 3 in that way. And then the other thing with 5, those free flowing ramps, you're kind of free flowing that 151 into kind of the High Crossing neighborhood, which, might be great for development, but then you've got a lot more stoplights and a lot of people kind of doing the racing that they're doing on East Wash. Now they're doing that on High Crossing is kind of a concern that I have. So thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Does anybody have a question for Jonathan? Okay, thanks much, Jonathan. And Aiden, did you say that we had someone else registered to speak, but registered but not wishing to speak?
Yep. Jane Grabowski Miller, American Parkway, registered in support, but available for questions.
Okay. Does anybody have a question? Okay, so a lot of information, comments or questions, a lot to look at with those highway and the 151 interchange alternatives. Comments or questions? Robbie, go ahead.
Well, from what that is a lot of information to absorb. So
yep.
I'm not sure I have all the details of each of the alternatives completely straight in my mind, but it does seem to me like 5 and 5A have the most opportunity for redevelopment and densification in the High Crossing area that is currently car dealerships and hotels and kind of big box areas to the northeast of the interstate. And I don't have any problem pushing the traffic onto existing highways. I mean, that's what they're there for. And if people are going long distances, maybe they should be, and I'm saying long distances, more than a couple of miles, maybe they should be on freeways instead of East Washington and High Crossing and that kind of thing. I understand that it might increase traffic on High Crossing, but if we design it correctly as a city street, we can probably make it more urban so that it's less amenable to speeding and just throughput of motor vehicle traffic. At least that's what I was hearing from staff. So I'm sort of leaning towards that. I'm trying to figure out, is there a way to get that kind of redevelopment along High Crossing and at the same time have another entrance to the American Family Center? I think I heard at the end when you were talking about pedestrian bike connections that there might be some opportunities for at least connections that way. And I think people generally are able to get to the American Family Center developments by car, and will be again when this is done, especially if we build this new Hepker interchange. It'll give them another option there. So I think, given all the options, I think that the 5 and 5A seem to be the best bet, especially for the redevelopment. And it sounds like the Plan Commission also agreed with that. So
And that's staff recommendation. So, and Plan Commission did agree with that as well.
Thanks.
Tom, did you have any comments on that? Would you maybe comment on, it appears that in 5, there'd be an expansion of High Crossing Road, and there's that jug handle or partial jug handle at Nelson Road. And as staff, you were questioning whether that's needed. And so I wanted to make sure that TC had an opportunity to talk about that. That was in your memo?
Yeah, I'll share that. It's, I think, hold on for a second. I think it's easiest to, if you look at it. I'm kind of mixed. I think there is a question. Question as to whether it's needed. One, if I'm driving Zoom, right? So, you know, one might wonder if this could just simply be accommodated with the signalized intersection right here, right? And I think that's a true statement. However, this
and you're talking at Nelson Road, correct?
Yeah. You know, does this jug handle need to occur? And we mentioned that. However, this is a very similar access configuration to what exists now, right? This jug handle feels very much what it's very similar to how a person gets to American Family now, except they have to do a stop. So, yes, I think that's a true comment, and a lot of that will probably be determined by their traffic modeling. As you can tell that they're. Let me.
And what about the expansion of High Crossing Boulevard? How do you feel about that?
We feel like it's an underutilized street and that there's more capacity. However, some of that will have to be modeled, right? We literally, I think they provided us their preliminary traffic assignments, okay? Maybe about 5 days ago. And the assignments are actually not true forecasts because they have to be adjusted. And so I think there's still more that needs to be done. We requested modeling for 1 or 2 alternatives, and they actually modeled, 7 different permutations from 7 different alternatives. I think they almost literally have almost 49 sets of assignments. And then generally with travel demand modeling, you have to look at the assignments, see if they make sense. And so I still feel like there's more information that they're collecting, but generally we would prefer less capacity, or perhaps if they feel like a 6-lane is eventually needed, we prefer, perhaps a 4-lane would be constructed first with the opportunity to increase to 6 lanes if it really is needed in the future, maybe.
Well, I ask these questions because if the Transportation Commission is going to offer feedback and comments, if it's helpful for TC to mention and support less of an expansion on High Crossing, and I don't know how you want us to recommend with regard to the Nelson Road intersection there. I asked the question because how we provide the recommendation to you, we would like to be helpful. How many times have we heard TC members say we want to keep the roads narrower if we can?
Yeah.
And we support you in not wanting to have wider roads, which encourages speeding and more traffic. So however we can be most helpful in our comments and recommendations, I think that would be helpful. And Robbie's, I agree with you. I support 5 or 5A as the two that appear to meet most of the goals the best for the city of Madison. So other comments about what, how you're feeling and the ped bike connections. There was a lot of discussion about that earlier. So alternatives for 151 and the other comments with regard to interchange mainline, maybe not as important. Noise policy certainly seems reasonable to agree with staff's support there, but the ped bike connections are very important as well. And hopefully we'll reconnect and not divide, right, Tom?
Yeah, well, actually, yes. Yes.
Isn't that the name of the grant program?
Yeah,
Reconnect?
actually, that's we are, an example is the Beltline when it was constructed, a lot of the development on Green Crossing and over by Badger Road wasn't there, but now it is. And so now you have a high employment area that has one access through Fish Hatchery Road and a high density residential area on Badger Road that could provide employees and services. And so we're pursuing a Reconnecting Communities grant for that, but that's kind of it's a repair, right? It's a repair for something that's been broken. It'd be nice when this gets reconstructed that there are multiple opportunities for crossing so that we don't have to come back and repair it in 30 or 40 years.
Yeah. Robbie, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, I guess speaking of these ped bike crossings, I guess I have sort of two questions. Number one, what is the chance that we're going to get? Well, first of all, what's the chance we're going to get any of them? Number two, how many do you think is reasonable to shoot for if we think we're going to get some? In other words, do we need to prioritize which ones we think are most important? It sounds like you've already done that.
Yeah.
And my third question is DOT maybe going to say, oh, well, we'll just make these regular roads, or you should make them regular roads instead of just non-motorized transportation. So I guess, what's the process here? Is the onus going to fall on the city to build these? How many do we think we're going to get? If DOT is going to kick in money, and are some of them more likely to be full roads instead of just ped bike?
Yeah, so I'll opine a little bit, right? If we look right here at the Rattman NDP that's listed as number 4, that's actually a connection that's needed right now, and actually there's bike facilities on both sides of the interstate, right there. Conversely, at Pumpkin Hollow, there's not bike facilities on both sides of the interstate. There's a planned trail that eventually, when this gets developed, it'd be nice if it had a connection, but this is something that would be in the future. So I think we would advocate for sure for the ones where it's obvious we have facilities leading up to it and we have a barrier, right? Ones that are less like that. Maybe, like for instance, the Vicar Moon connection, which is in the MPO plan, which is right here. We prioritized that a little bit lower. We weren't as confident that that connection was absolutely needed, perhaps. And Dan, perhaps you can get on and say, yes, you're going to give us all of the connections that we want. Is that what you're?
Yeah, I don't know if you want to keep sharing your screen, Tom. That's pretty helpful to have up talking. But Robbie, I think the number one, we've talked about Milwaukee Street, and as that would be getting reconfigured, we would look to have bike and pedestrian accommodations, right? So that's a roadway, that's an existing roadway crossing. We're obviously maintaining that. I think there's other ones here that Tom has outlined and staff as kind of prioritization, and just as a general outline for new local crossings, we do have a cost share policy for WSDOT. So that would probably come into consideration, I'm guessing. And it does vary based on potential benefits, things like that we see. But I do not see any new local road crossings. Generally, we would have the local municipality, recommending or asking for those types of things. Generally, we're not going to propose a new local road crossing unless we think it would be of great benefit to our interstate system, right?
I thought you were going to say that you're going to build all of them.
I mean, if the city has a cost share, I don't know, 20%. I don't know if that's what the cost share is. And if the city says we want 4 of these bike crossings, is DOT going to say, sure, we'll pick up 80% of those 4, and the city only does 20%? I mean, is that likely? Or are they going to say, if you want those crossings, you're on your own?
Yeah, they've communicated through a letter to us that they have a kind of a 50-50 cost share policy. We still have to negotiate. Well, does that 50-50 mean the local match, or does that consider the federal funding portion? And I think those types of discussions will probably occur in the spring, when they actually have costs and EIS and impacts, and we'll have to, right around then, we'll have to make a funding commitment, I think. And we'll try and negotiate the best deal.
Is that all you had, Robbie?
Yeah, I think for the moment, at least. I'm sure other people have questions that I'll say, oh yeah, that's a good question.
Okay, Chris, go ahead.
Thanks. I made this point at Plan Commission, but it can't hurt to make it again, I guess. So a lot of the design decisions, it seems, are going to be driven by modeling and traffic forecasts. So while it's great that WSDOT is running 7 or so scenarios, I have concerns about the modeling, as I always do about modeling. The first being that, Tom, as you mentioned earlier, when we add capacity, people change their behavior and land use patterns change to fill that capacity. So in some way, the models are a self-fulfilling prophecy to begin with. So we need to come to terms with that. And secondly, we've been implementing a bunch of policies, including TOD and TDM, that should change land use patterns and things like, parking policies and whether the parking is priced, and all things that should lower travel demand that I don't think the models are capable of handling. I could be wrong about that. So just something to keep in mind as this moves forward. And I guess maybe a question for Tom. I know there was a lot in that presentation, including general ideas and preferences. Would it be helpful for Commission to, for a motion to support the staff recommendations, as sort of vague as they are?
I think I spoke this over with the mayor, and she felt like that technically the Transportation Commission doesn't have a that authority to speak for the city, that the council can and the mayor can. And so rather than pass this through as a resolution, which is quite formal, and that we would just document the comments of the Transportation Commission and then transfer them to the DOT under the cover letter of the mayor. I think that's how she thought it was best.
Yeah, I think what Chris is asking, if you want a formal support from us, it could be made in the form of a motion. I mean, it's not a resolution or anything. It's just, I think you're suggesting, Chris, some clarity in exactly how the TC wants to provide feedback to Tom.
Well, sometime back, the TPBB voted against the flex lane on the Beltline, even though it had no authority. So we could do something like that, but.
Right, yeah. I think if we do make a motion, Tom, it would just be clarifying what the recommendation is to you.
Supporting staff recommendations with, I'll just tell you the comments that I've listed, and I was going to, probably put it as an appendix to this. I think from Alderman Martinez Rutherford, there was support for the connection between Milwaukee Street and County T. We had a commenter that talked about biking on High Crossing and the importance of having an all ages and abilities type of facility on that. Again, just our general policy of having appropriately sized roads and less expansion on High Crossing if it's not needed. And then Chris mentioned his apprehension regarding modeling, and I share that. I don't know if I'd put that in the memo though. Maybe we'll just keep it. That is a not personal thing inside of our heart that we say, I don't know if I believe it, right?
Is there anything, I think that reflects our conversation, is there anything else that you would, and there was a lot of conversation about making sure that any of these changes don't further divide our community. And I don't, that's a consistent theme that I have heard from people this evening. And I think that can be accomplished in a lot of ways. And Tom, I think our transportation folks are all in favor of that. But I think that, would people agree that that's a theme in terms of what? Okay, all right. Okay. Other comments or themes that we would like to? It's a lot of material, and thank you everybody for working your way through it and then listening and getting additional information through the presentation and a lot of good discussion. Because as Tom said, it's huge. It's a huge opportunity, extremely large investment. And it's great that we have an opportunity to review it and offer some comments. Anything else for Tom? Do you think you have what you need then, Tom, without a formal motion?
I think so. Yep.
Okay.
And what I'll do is I'll put the comments. I'll put an appendix onto the memo with these comments, and I'll load that into Legistar just so it's attached to this item. So
that'd be great. Thanks. Any last comments before we move on? Okay, thanks, Tom. Item 4 is a follow-up to a conversation that we had during our discussion about the Metro Transit Network redesign. There's a lot of discussion about accessibility needs and planning for people with disabilities. And Nikki apologized to everybody. She had a prior commitment, so she had to leave the meeting at 7 o'clock. But both Denise and Nikki did make a lot of comments at that meeting and during that discussion. So Nick and Renee, I know you met with Nikki and Denise is here as well. So who wants to lead off? Nick, are you going to do that?
Sure, I can start.
All right.
All right. So with the redesign, there are stops that need to be made accessible, and there are other improvements that might need to be made, such as improved pedestrian crossings, sidewalk installs, and that kind of thing. And so I know Mike talked a little bit about that at that last meeting, but he didn't have a lot of the information readily available, so he didn't want to overpromise anything. But after we went back and talked about it, and I talked to Mike this week, Denise, this is new information I didn't share with you. It wasn't what I had on Monday, so this is more information. But basically, we've been working on updating the sidewalk as part of the sidewalk program since 2019, and it was a 5-year plan. We're in like year 5 of that plan. We've been working on adding bus pads, at least the wheelchair boarding pads for that since that time. And after the redesign, we have about 87% of Metro stop locations, and so 87% of about 1,400 stops. Those are considered accessible as of right now. So as of mid-July, there's about 100 bus stops that are in need of upgrades. And by the end of this construction season, we think another 30 are going to be upgraded. So that would leave us with about 70 that would not be accessible as we go into the winter season. So that's just the boarding pads. That's not other improvements that we might need to make that we talked about on Monday. And those would be like new sidewalks, other curb ramps, crosswalk improvements, or traffic signal improvements. And some of those are being programmed already through capital improvement projects, such as the project on Davies Dempsey that is adding new pedestrian facilities. So that being said, Renee and I met with Denise and Nikki and to come up with a plan to improve accessible access to our new system. And basically what we came up with is our outreach person, Shanae, has already been in touch with a lot of caregiver agencies. And so we're going to reach out to them again and ask for them to ask their clients what stops might be problematic for people and try to get a list of stops that we might need to prioritize. And we're not just looking at curb ramps, we're looking at street crossings, signals, and that kind of thing. So we're going to do that kind of outreach. And then once we get a list of stops that are issues, we're going to put that list together and then prioritize the locations where basically we're going to start with the longstanding location that our current Metro riders are having trouble with, because it's really more of an issue for people that have just recently lost access with the redesign. So we're going to try to figure that part out first. And once we find those different issues and come up with that list, then we have to move on to the part about figure out how to fund it. And those are different programs like the Safe Streets program. And Renee knows a little bit more about that than I do. And so she's going to take it from here.
Yeah. So I think, we kind of we want the entire system to be accessible, but we also need to prioritize. So kind of ensuring that we're not negatively impacting people who have been relying on the service kind of would help us with the priorities, but then obviously the funding. And I think one thing that we talked about at the meeting that we had was, Safe Streets Madison, it kind of has a focus on, that elimination of serious and fatal crashes, as well as closing gaps, right, in the walking and biking network. And this is obviously a critical gap. However, some of these locations are a critical gap. They're not going to score high kind of on that safety metric, a lot like our school projects that we do. So I think we wanted to just have a little discussion about, is that okay? Should we be recommending those projects? Personally, I feel like we should be recommending them. These are critical. These are transit network things, but we kind of want to get that sense so that as we're building out this list, we know, yes, we're going to put some of these that are kind of appropriately sized for Safe Streets Madison on the list. And that's going to be something that the committee thinks is a good fit. I also would say that we just submitted our Safe Streets and Roads for All application. It did have some intersection improvements. So we will have, not a large number, but possibly some of these things that are coming up on our list are going to be there. Hopeful for funding. We'll look for other grant opportunities. I think, there could be some things that are going to come up on the list that are have pretty hefty price tags. We're going to have to think about, are these things that we might fit into some sort of capital project request, because it may be beyond sort of what TE has, what Metro has, that we can likely do on in a good timeline. Some sidewalk projects, I mean, they may not have been completed because not just because they might have controversies that you're all used to hearing about, but also they sometimes have steep price tags as well. So I think we're going to have a lot to dig through on this to ensure that we can make the full route accessible. Obviously some of these are issues that were in existence with the old route that haven't been solved, but I think we can really dig into this. I've already started to kind of, where are those sidewalk gaps? We're going to have to think about, well, is it just the street that the route is on? Or, obviously we're saying people might have to travel further. So what does that mean for gaps leading up to transit stops? So I think there's quite a bit that we'll need to dive into with this project, but funding is obviously going to be a component of that. And I don't know, Denise, if you had some things from our discussion that maybe Mick and I missed as well.
Go ahead, Denise.
Great, thanks. Yeah, Mick and Renee, thank you so much. And thanks for that update. Mick, I just kind of want to highlight a couple of things for us all to be holding as we talk this through. First of all, kudos to Metro for doing that active reach outs to find out where the problem areas are. I read through the 80+ pages of comments today about the network redesign and marked the ones that were discussing, sidewalk gaps or poor crossings or dangerous areas. And there were very few. And I know that there are a lot more. So the population of people with disabilities and older adults sometimes are reticent to quote unquote complain for a variety of reasons. So Metro's active reaching out to ask for those trouble spots is really commendable and important, and then being able to articulate how is that data going to be used so that people have trust in the process. So one of the things we discussed is we did need to prioritize and really looking at who's being negatively impacted now. So I just want to really call that out. And then I see accessibility, a very short line between accessibility and safety. So that Renee's comment about, is there some ways to consider using the Safe Streets Madison criteria to do some of these projects, I think is really important. If I can't cross a street, if there's no signal, and cars are going 30, 40 miles an hour, and I get stuck in the median, if I make it that far to try to get to my bus stop, I'm not safe. So not only is the bus not accessible, I'm put in significant danger. So I'd like to ask that we look at how we can include these kinds of projects in Safe Streets. I had one more thought and it went away. So I'll see if it comes back. But just really trying to figure out how do we make this network accessible. Oh, I know what it was. One of the things that we talked about on Monday is really pushing people to use paratransit is not a viable option. And there was some discussion about that throughout the network redesign, that if the walk was too far or if the bus stops weren't accessible, that paratransit would always be an option for people with disabilities. And I would just want to encourage us not to think about that as a viable option. Right now, paratransit is overstressed. The folks that use it have long wait times, and sometimes not sometimes, but frequently can get to their locations late. And not all folks with disabilities will qualify for paratransit. So we really need to look at our paratransit system too, because that is in need of redesign, and I'd love to see that move along to the Disability Rights Commission. But I just want to make sure that we're not kind of unconsciously thinking that paratransit is the thing that's going to solve this problem, because it's not. And it's a dignity issue for folks to be able to take fixed route bus if we're capable of using it. So yeah, so those were some of the things that we talked about on Monday that I wanted to bring forward to the larger group.
Thank you, Denise. Other comments or questions? Darren, go ahead.
Thanks, Ann. My work on pedestrian dignity around the state and other communities has really kind of made me hyper aware of some of the things I see in Madison. And coming in today, raised awareness just in the rain. Mick, does Metro have any recording of or knowledge of how many stops are unsheltered? As I was watching somebody with 2 arms full of groceries get absolutely drenched waiting for a bus. It just kind of struck me in the face that I don't recall outside of a few locations seeing shelters, so I wasn't sure if Metro has accounting on that.
We do have a count. I don't have it at my fingertips, but I want to say it's around 500 or so.
Okay.
And that's 500 of how many stops?
1,400.
Okay, so less than half.
Yeah.
Other comments? I have some, but I'll wait till other folks. Alder Harrington McKinney, go ahead. We can't hear you right now, Alder. If you say something, I'll tell you if we hear you. Can't hear you at this moment. Stefan, can you maybe help?
Yep. Alder, if you want to try changing the input settings on your microphone again. So bottom left-hand corner, the microphone icon, there's a little up arrow. If you go under select microphone, try same as system.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we can't hear you, Alder. If you want to go ahead and keep trying, we'll come back to you. Renee, you commented about the prioritization factors in Safe Streets Madison. You know, we have said since it was initially adopted that we need to review the prioritization process. Children, school zones is something that has come up a lot. And, you know, people with disabilities would fall into that more vulnerable population. So, you know, perhaps you can, you know, and we have prioritized crossings where it's impacted children in school areas. I think a park area was one where a lot of children are located. So not sure if there's a way to formalize it, but certainly something for you to think about relative to that. Because I think that those most vulnerable users should be at the top of our list. Although it doesn't say that in Safe Streets Madison, does it? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we always knew that we would be continuing to kind of refine that process. And I thought this was a good one, right? Accessibility, yes. Particularly at transit stops. Transit stops was something that we did talk a lot about with setting up the Safe Streets Madison program and how that fits in. And of course, this, we had no idea that we'd be redoing a transit network when we were working on that program. So I think, this is kind of a perfect question for, is this one of these areas where we really do think, we would want to put some emphasis, even though it may not, there may be some locations that pop up that are places that have had serious or fatal crashes. But it may be that some of them are not, but they're still worthy projects that we would want to move forward with. So I think if that generally feels like the right approach, we would bring some of those forward with the program. And obviously then the committee could talk about the merits of that individual location.
I personally feel that they would be worthwhile to bring forward. I guess I would, is there anybody who doesn't agree with that philosophy? Because we'll have another round of Safe Streets projects in a couple months, won't we?
Yes, we haven't scheduled the exact date yet, but yes, it would be coming kind of late summer, early fall. So,
yeah, I would encourage us to bring those forward. Something that I recall us having a conversation about, Denise, related to signage and some concerns you had about signage. Was there any discussion about that? Am I remembering that correctly?
You are remembering that correctly, and we did not talk about that on Monday. However, Mick and Renee and Nikki and I have agreed to meet monthly for a while going forward. So the signage issue could circle back around.
Okay. All right. Very good. Other comments or questions? This is, we felt it was important to revisit this and provide additional information before we talk about the next item, which looks at the network refinements. And I would, love to hear back from this group, maybe on you think a quarterly basis might be reasonable. Whenever you have something you feel is worthwhile to come back and report, why don't you just let me know and we'll add it to the agenda? How does that sound? Then you don't have to be on any formal reporting schedule. Whenever you feel you want to come back and let us know additional information, you can. How does that sound?
I have a good bridge to the next item. Is Mike reminded me today that this process will never be done because there's always going to be adjustments and changes. And so it's just something that we always need to keep an eye on.
Sure, for sure. Well, very good. And Mick and Renee, thanks so much for meeting with Denise and Nikki. And I know you've been focused on this, but this is just another great way to reach out and expand on an already ongoing initiative. Any other comments or questions? Okay, thanks so much. So let's move on to item 5, Metro Transit Network Refinements. Don, you going to take that?
Yeah. If I could share the presentation.
Sure. And Sean, if I could just say, Bill, you're up for being able to make motions and vote again because we've lost a couple people. So, all right, since we're on something where we're going to need a motion, I thought I'd let you know that. Okay, Sean, go ahead.
Okay, so
can you make that bigger, Sean? There we go. Excellent. Thank you.
All right. So I'm Sean Hedgepeth. I'm the planning and scheduling manager. So we're a month into the redesign now. I have some June data. It does have some of the old routes, 10 days of the old routes. So that being said, I'll get into it and start explaining some of the data that we have. And we don't have a ton of data yet, but I can give you some new info here. So a little bit about how it's going now. So 3 of the 4 transfer points have been closed. So a little bit about backing out how the ridership number, how we got to that number. We had 8% of all ridership was at the transfer point. I certainly heard about people being dropped off there, or there was some people that could walk there. But I think it's safe to say the vast majority of the boardings there were boardings from other routes. So I was concerned that the ridership would seem like it went down, even though people weren't taking the bus less. because basically whenever you interact with the fare box, you could get double counted at these transfer points. Still, we got 5% year-over-year ridership over June 22. And a couple notable things that were different this year from last year. We had that kind of smoky week, we had that kind of smoky week for a while. And then also last year, we had Juneteenth for the first time, but we ran a full weekday service and we ran a Saturday service. So typically we get around half or so on a Saturday service. So anyway, that light week and mixed with this transfer points issue and Juneteenth meant that 5% is a pretty good number. So this gets a little bit into some of the operational differences we have. So moving away from those transfer points, one of the things that the transfer points did is they provide a facility for drivers to take a break at, and we didn't have to go park on city streets. So now that we have the routes going off, further out into town, we need a place for that bus to park, for the driver to have a break, have a bathroom, and basically, in some cases, accommodate several buses where people need to transfer and things. So one of those issues was at the Quick Trip over on Maple Grove and McKee. We had a situation there where we needed to fit 2 buses in, and that was kind of blocking some of the visibility of one of the exits from the Quick Trip. And we've already actually made a change there to change the location of one of the bus layover locations. So we also have issues now where buses need to stage. So over at Watson Junction, we're still waiting on building our BRT junction parking right out there. So we have a temporary situation where there's only a space for 2 buses in the pullouts over there on Junction Road or Watts Road. So what the drivers need to do is basically drop off their passengers, and then they're going to pull around to Plaza Drive. Plaza Drive is under construction now. They're working on some bike paths over there. And so that was kind of a new thing for some of the drivers, and there was some confusion about when they're supposed to serve, when they're supposed to be drop off only. There was a couple of buses that were trying to squeeze into a space for, 3 buses were trying to squeeze in a space for 2. Other operational issues we've had, some of this kind of follows the work they're doing on 151 to Verona. That's pushing more people to our new routing of the Route 75 and the Route D2 on Maple Grove. There's a 4-way stop there, and it can slow some things down. And that 4-way stop is kind of getting used more often because of some of the construction on 151. Yeah, speaking of construction, it's a busy construction season here, and we're also building our ABRT line platforms. So the A is getting hit by just kind of regular construction and our own BRT construction, and the same thing for the C. There's a lot of cranes, and even if we don't have to do detours, there's lane closures, and sometimes I've seen those. Even though single lane open has been blocked by some construction trucks and things, and it's very hard to stay on time. Other routes that are struggling to stay on time is Route B. Route B, especially from the square down to the Fitchburg area. We're looking at ways of fixing that. And we're going to have better on-time performance soon. We don't really have quite enough data to make big decisions yet, but that will be coming soon. So a little bit about kind of following up from where Mike left off. We've still been hearing a lot about the west side to UW Hospital. Good news is, and I'll get into the details of this next slide, is that we are restoring part of the old Route 38 down to Sheboygan. We heard a lot of feedback on this. I know a lot of folks that work in the hospital, they moved there. They had a direct ride before with routes 28 and Route 2. So we're already planning on increasing the service of Route 38 as part of a seasonal plan, but we're going to go ahead and extend that down to Sheboygan, which I think will be popular. There are other connections that happen over there at Sheboygan, especially at nights and weekends when routes R and F don't go all the way through. We've got some feedback about some of the connections there, and we're doing what we can to make those better. And then we have an extra plan that I'll get into soon to fix some of the issues that we have of people connecting to UW Hospital, especially on Sundays. So this shows a little bit about the kind of the diagram of what the map will look like when we get the 38 extended out there. So right now, especially on the weekends and nights, you have to take Route A and then connect to Route C or J. And so now we're going to have this Route 38, which will be very familiar for people for the old system, going down to Sheboygan. That Route 38 is going to be able to get people to shifts before 7 a.m. And that's been another thing of the early morning shifts we've been hearing a lot about. But that being said, it will only help weekdays. And so we're trying to think of other solutions, especially on Sundays when Route A is only running every 30 minutes. So that was one of the adjustments we had to make for the amendment process, where on Sundays, the BRT is running half as frequently. And this area, it created some problems here. Some of these solutions that we can make, we have a normal driver pick where we can put in different shifts that they bid on. We also have a little bit of flexibility where we can have basically a piece of paper, and we have extra drivers that can go out and drive what it says on that certain piece of paper. Right now, we are waiting on a couple training classes to be done that should be done for August. And then we can start looking at different solutions that staff is working on, and one which I'll show you here. So basically, on Sundays and nights, this is kind of what the frequency looks like. So there, if you noticed, so the line thickness is done by frequency here. At nights, we have the C running every 30 minutes. And then we have this little gap in between the Sheboygan area and Park Street, where it's only every 30 minutes. There's overlap on places like East Washington and University and Johnson and Capitol Square, where the B and the A line up. But there's just this one section where the F and the R don't run anymore, and it's every 30 minutes. So what we'd like to do is running off of basically a piece of paper, we would run extra drivers on this short A route. So this short A route would only run between Sheboygan and Park Street. So if you look at the route now and you see the head sign, it says A Junction, I would say A Sheboygan, or it would say A American Center or Sun Prairie, it would say Park Street. We've got to make sure that we have the head sign there and there's communication so people don't get on the wrong bus. But basically, this fixes a major gap we have right now between Sheboygan and Park Street on Sundays. So the plan would be to run this with extra drivers on a Sunday to make up for this gap. I'll get into a little bit about the early morning weekday for Route C coming up. But we also want to do some sort of pilot where there's a really short C route that just goes from University of Bay to the hospital and back. And that could solve some of the problems we have, especially on weekends when Route C isn't running as frequently. So a little bit about what a short turn is. That's what that A would be from Sheboygan to Park Street. And I'll just read this real quick. So in public transport, a short turn is an earlier terminus on a bus or rail line that is used on some scheduled trips that do not operate the full length of the route. Short turns are practical in scheduling when the short turning bus can proceed through its layover or break at the short turn loop and then start a run in the opposite direction, all while reducing the number of buses needed to operate all trips along the route, as opposed to if all scheduled trips operated to the terminus of full-length trips. So we did in our Title VI equity analysis, we did include some of these short trips that we were planning to phase in. They tend to score very high on equity metrics because they pass through certain census tracts that have very low incomes near campus. So that is something that we were planning to phase in, and we're going to see some more of these kind of short parts of routes as we get to more crowding, which hasn't been an issue so far in June. A little bit more to getting more into the short turns. Some of the solution for the weekdays, we found a way of extending a driver shift in the morning. So basically they were pulling out from our garage over here in Ingersoll, and they were just driving to campus and starting their trip. So we found a way of increasing, only by a few minutes on their shifts. They can just run that in service from Ingersoll Street up to UW, the UW Hospital. And so that should help some of the early morning connections that people are making from University Bay. So that's one of the changes. That will be a short trip that will not go the full length of the route. We do have some good news also about Route E. So in the original plan, we had about half the Route E with a short turn. We did an operational analysis and found out that we could actually do the whole route. So in weekday midday service, Route E will now have 30-minute service. So I think that will be really great for things like West High and other, and also campus and things that have midday demand. Route O, we were always planning on running extra service on a short portion from Park and Aaron up to Brooks and Johnson. So that will have a 30-minute service over there in Randall for the weekdays. So this was originally part of our plan that we just needed to wait for more drivers to do. And yeah, as I've said, this Route 38 will get extended. We'll be able to start shifts at 7 a.m. We also have a change where we're getting more capacity on Route 80. We have a new agreement with the University of Wisconsin on new weekday schedules. Basically, there's 2 new buses that will get added. We did an analysis and saw that some of the buses were struggling to stay on time. A lot of drivers didn't have time for a break. So some of it, one of those buses is going to help the bus stay on time. So basically it averages out to, we'll have about a 4.5-minute frequency during the peak. And then also we have a couple of minor adjustments we can make. And it's some of these are easier than others, and it's kind of really hard to explain unless you were really looking into the software. But we are making some adjustments on Route A. We had to make a lot of assumptions. And some of those are to make better connections to Route F and R. We're going to see what we can do with the time we have to fix Route B. And some of these trips, kind of the way that we pulled out the trips from our yard in the morning, we were able to shift some of those where there were times when a bus wasn't out there to give that headway that we wanted. So those required some partial adds and things to keep that headway up. And like I said before, we are shifting Route F and R to try to make better connections, especially when Route A is running less frequently to connect at Sheboygan. And also for Route 80, some of the stuff that wasn't changed, we wanted to do just minor adjustments to keep things consistent, especially because they have different schedules during recess. With that being said, I'm available for questions if you have any.
Okay, if you want to, do people have comments or questions of Sean? There was an action memo in Legistar, and we would eventually need a motion, and the request is to approve the action items that are shown in the action memo under description, and Sean described those on the in the deck. Denise, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Ann. Thanks, Sean. This is really helpful. Question, I read through all the 80-some pages of the comments, and there were quite a number that addressed, is it Route L to Owl Creek and the Dutch Mill area, and it looked like folks were consistently saying it was about an hour and 15-minute distance or time between those buses, and I didn't see anything in the changes that address that. Could you speak to, how you're looking at that Owl Creek service? Because I know that's been such a disenfranchised neighborhood over time. So yeah, I was just curious about that.
And Sean,
so-
could you stop sharing so that we could see people? Thanks.
Yeah, so Route 75, that was the original plan that we had that was passed by this board and Common Council. I don't have a full ridership database, but we have heard anecdotally ridership is low. And so that's something that we can look into later. And there's some possible changes that could happen that would be related to Route L to improve it. But we really need some data to kind of see, because right now it's trying to do a lot of things. We have other options for Route L where if it could do a little bit less, it could be more frequent. It would be great if that could be an hourly route because it would have better connections. But that being said, that was the original plan, and we've had only a month of data so far. So we just implemented that as planned.
So Sean, when you say we might, Denise, can we just ask about timing? Is this December is your next opportunity for timing?
Yes, yes, and we have this kind of lead time thing, especially when we're looking at possible overloads when campus starts. So we'll have a very small window of a lot of new data coming in that we'll be able to make adjustments for. But some of that is just minor adjustments. Some of these larger adjustments, we actually need to do an equity analysis for. So we can change up to 25% of a route before we have to do an equity analysis. So generally, we want to wait a little longer and get more data before we make major decisions.
Thanks, Sean. Can I ask a quick follow-up question to that? Is there, again, knowing that this is a more marginalized, disenfranchised neighborhood, what we're doing to do a reach out with the disability community, can something similar be done with the Owl Creek neighborhood to see if we're just not capturing data that would be useful for making decisions, so doing a bit more outreach there to see if it's really an isolated issue or if it's something bigger than, if it's something bigger.
Justin, did you want to handle that?
I just have one thing to add. So the route, there were 2 comments that referenced Owl Creek out of the, I think 8 or 10 or so total on the Route L. The Route L is a hard one because it traverses so many different neighborhoods, and so it's hard to know unless they specifically say. It's hard to know what the issue is that they're talking about on that. So to Sean's point, I think it's going to be really hard for us to make specific targeted decisions or make targeted outreach until we have a bit more information there. But I mean, I agree with you, Denise. Obviously, Owl Creek is a disadvantaged neighborhood, and we need to serve that. We need to meet their needs, and we need to fully. I think there was a lot of discussion with Owl Creek during the planning process for this, and that their primary concern was a connection to and from the Follett High School area. And we provided that, and we tried to match the times of even though the route is not very frequent, we tried to meet their needs with the times that it is coming. But it seems like some of the comments that are still in there relate to people trying to go to work in other places, which we never anticipated this route would do very well, through that process.
Okay, but it sounds like you'll reach back out to the neighborhood as follow-up. Other comments, Denise, before we move on?
No, that's good. Thank you so much.
Okay, Alder Govindarajan, please.
Thank you. I have a quick question. There was a slideshow talking about bus 80, and there was a seat increase that was mentioned. Can you briefly talk a little bit about that and how much of the seats are increasing?
Yeah, so that's why it's hard to kind of explain. So we added 2 buses to the route. So those buses have more seats. So even though some people might think that 30-second frequency isn't noticeable, those extra seats will be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Bill, go ahead.
Thanks. I guess I have a question of Sean, and maybe it's to Justin. As a bus rider, I noticed a change Monday. And it previously, the announcement would come up as it approached. It would say you're at a certain stop would say possible transfer points, transfer to, and then it would give the routes. You don't say that wording anymore. You changed it to nearby routes are, and it would give the distance. Was this based on some complaints? Because people got off and they had to wait too long for a transfer?
I'm sure Mick can fill in here, but I will say that there's a limitation of technology we have where we can't, for example, we can say that there's a connection that might be a great connection during the weekday. That connection might not exist later at night or on weekends.
This was the same time every day. Because it happened to me. I mean, I transferred. I made those transfers, and so. But you don't say that anymore, is it? And I just wondered if this was based on a complaint.
Mick or Justin?
Do you know why the wording was changed?
Mick, we cannot hear you if you're talking.
Can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry
Yeah,
about that.
the old famous, can you hear me now?
Yeah, technology.
Yes.
Basically, it was a wording issue. It's the same information. It's just we were trying to make it shorter.
Oh,
so
okay.
it's the same
to
thing.
reduce the amount of words that were spoken.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was getting a little annoying.
Oh, I didn't find it annoying. I thought it was useful information. So,
well, and when the stops are too close together, they kind of like it often wouldn't even finish describing
before it had to start the next
one.
Okay.
And so there's just too much word.
All right. And I'm glad to hear it wasn't based on a complaint, because I was concerned that somebody said, hey, that's it's not like it's the West Transfer Point anymore, but it's on the street transfers, and those are occurring. I have observed those, and I am one of those people that transfer on the street, and so far it's been working. So, but I would like a shelter, but that's beside the point.
Okay, is that all you had, Bill?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, Alder Harrington McKinney, let's try again.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh,
excellent.
Thank you so very much. I really wanted to comment when Denise was talking about Owl Creek. And so I know that there's been a couple of conversations past that, but I want to really go back to that. And it is and I'm spending more time there because we have elders that we are supporting over in Owl Creek. And my concern is that how are you connecting with people over in that area? What is the plan? Do you need assistance? It seems to be kind of cut off and pocketed back there. So that's what I'm concerned about in terms of when we're looking at equity, is that are we creating unintentionally pockets that don't receive as much attention? So when you do surveys, or I don't know how you are recording the responses, but responses might be limited, and I get that. But absolutely, that area had been, from what my understanding is, that area had been neglected for such a period of time. And as we're doing the new network redesign and we're looking at, transportation and models and all of that, I don't want communities like that left behind. And so I want to really bring that and call that out to the, immediately, so that if there is something that we can do, I can do to assist in that information gathering, please let me know, because that is an area that is pretty isolated, and I don't know how we can, connect and serve that area. So that was my general comment.
Mick, did you have any feedback there? I mean, it's great. Thank you for volunteering that, Alder. It's always great to have additional resources for outreach. Any other comments, Mick or Justin?
There are Parks Lab events, I believe. I believe there's still some out there, so we can get our outreach people out there to do some talking to people about this kind of thing. But yes, we will reach out to you, Alder, and work on that.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Okay.
I would just add for Owl Creek, just for everyone's knowledge, that the service there, it was an hourly route before the redesign. And so it's not that much different than it was before there. It goes to a different place. And there is some change there, but it's not markedly different. It's still kind of a one-way loop that runs once an hour into that area. So just to level set for everybody that there was not actually a huge change down there.
Right, but there's a lot of history, right, with regard to this route and how it came about, and how, you know, a lot of community involvement created the need, right? Showed the need, and I thought it was an excellent example of outreach and communication that, you know, put the whole Owl Creek route in the first place. At least that's my memory of it. So, Bill, go ahead.
Thanks. And I have another question, I guess, and maybe it's based on what Sean was talking about as far as double counting with transfer points. Okay, we don't have the transfer points on only on 3 of the stops now, or 3 of the transfers, but we do have transfers on the street. And so as a person who transfers and I have a bus pass, should I be asking for a transfer? But the driver just said, no, just put your card through again at the next place. Is that double counting, or how is that, and that's what I'm doing. Is that double counting?
So it is. So the thing is that so in America we count boarding, or they technically call it an unlinked trip.
Yeah.
So that is something that all transit agencies do. And in our case, whenever you interact with the fare box, you're counted again. And so that was true with the older system. I think some of the transfers kind of made you go out of direction and forced you to transfer. And in some cases now you're transferring on more of a grid. So yeah, I'm not saying that there's plenty of transfers. I see a lot of them, but they're not to the level that they were when we had the transfer plan.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Does the university or the people that pay for the passes for their employers, do they get charged on the number of swipes, the card swipes, or how does that work?
Mick would know that.
University has a rolling average in their contract, but others are paid it is per swipe on other contracts.
But not the UW.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Yep.
Okay, other comments or questions? Robbie, go ahead.
So, you know, I saw a lot of comments about 75 and the timing. Now, my understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, I may be wrong on this, that's a contracted service. So the number of buses and maybe even the timing, I'm not sure, is really up to the group contracting, which I think is Epic. I think Epic's paying for that service straight up, even though obviously it can be used by anybody. So if those folks want changes or more buses, they really got to direct it to the people paying for it. Is that correct? Or is there some way that we can make a change without, I mean, that's not a Metro issue as much as it is a Epic issue, right? Is that right?
Yes, but as soon as they leave our city limits, that has to be paid for because we cannot be in RTA, and that's
right. I guess a lot of the questions, and it looks like Justin's going to jump in here.
Yeah, go ahead, Justin, when she's done.
Yeah, a lot of the questions seem to be about the fact that there seems to be one less bus than there was previously. And so people are in maybe in the morning and in the evening. So there's a lot of crowding and people are dissatisfied with the number of buses and the crowding and things like that. So I'm just trying to figure out the best way for the folks that are dissatisfied to direct their comments so that it gets fixed in their favor. Thank
Yeah,
you.
it seemed like there were comments about timing too, wasn't there?
Yeah. So this is a complicated one. Yeah. To your first part, yes. If Epic wants us to, we can't increase service without Epic agreeing to pay for it. And I think they are willing to do so, but we have limited capacity to actually add buses and drivers too. So it's not all on them. But this change or these comments are largely coincidental, I would say. So when the network redesign rolled out, the only change we made to Route 75 was to reroute it. Instead of using Highway 151, we used Maple Grove and went through Maple Grove and Nesbit, which was basically the same number of miles, just a little bit less of it on the highway. Literally the same time that we started this new service, we did the redesign, WisDOT started major pavement repairs on 151. And if you look at the traffic maps on 151 for the last 2 weeks, they are a nightmare. And so we've had a lot of diverting traffic off of 151 onto Maple Grove, which is causing all kinds of traffic backups that our buses are getting stuck in. People are interpreting that as that this change is why the bus is late and why there's fewer buses. There's not fewer buses, they're just running really late. But the reality is, even if we had stayed with the previous alignment on 151, they would be just as late, if not more so, because they'd be stuck in that traffic on 151 that WisDOT's pavement project is causing. So it's really hard to know for sure if our change made any difference until after this WisDOT project is done, and things kind of go back to normal to really see. But I think Epic does want to increase capacity to and from their campus. They're growing dramatically, and actually they signed on as a co-sponsor to buy larger buses. Which is part of the grant that we were just awarded a couple of weeks ago. And so they will have 60-foot buses coming on Route 75. So that will help things dramatically on that front in terms of providing more capacity. And then again, as soon as we have the drivers and buses to do it, I think they are interested in adding more service just in general, which will address many of these comments.
So there are not fewer buses going to Epic. Okay.
Yep.
So if it's a crowding issue, it's just, well, that's the way it was, and that's the way it's going to be until you can get more service out there.
The buses were crowded before the change.
Okay.
And then the change just happened to coincide with this WisDOT project, which made all the buses late.
Okay. Thank you.
One of the reasons they might feel that way, we used to have 2 buses show up within 5 minutes of each other with the old schedule. So if you're leaving right at 5, that looked like there were 2 buses out there because a lot of times that driver was there 5 minutes early. We've spaced things out to every 15 minutes, which actually was requested by several commenters. So part of that is just commuters. They're very sensitive to changes. This is something they take every day. So that might have been one of the reasons.
Okay, other comments or questions? We would need a motion to approve the requested changes unless you have, we have a question from Alder Figueroa Cole. Go ahead, Alder. Alder, you're muted.
There you go. Sorry, I'm on the phone.
There you go.
Okay, thank you. I jump in a little bit late on this conversation. So, what is the intent of this resolution? are we approving changes, and if that is the case, how are changes, what's the process to bring changes to you?
So they have requested some, what I would call, and Justin, correct me if I'm wrong, minor modifications, just refinements. And the Transportation Commission has the authority in the ordinance to approve changes like this. And they have spelled them out in an action memo, asking specifically what they want, and then explain them in a presentation deck about which we've had additional conversations. So that is for minor changes like this is our process. When we have more major changes, we have typically had a public hearing in the past. Justin, did you want to comment on your thoughts?
Yep, no, I think you're exactly right. And these are minor changes. There's a limit to what we can do in August, and I think this comprises that level. Anything more significant, we would need to look at December or March to do, and so that's the package we're presenting to you for approval. But certainly, if you have additional changes that you would like to see in future what we call picks, so December or March, you're welcome to reach out to us at any time, and we can add those to our list for future changes.
So yeah, I mean, I went through what you guys were talking. I went through the package, so I see the changes that you suggested and some sort of the presentation. So my next question is going to be then, were those changes based on public feedback, or based on data, or based on what? For you to select those minor changes?
Probably both, right?
Yeah, so some of it comes from drivers, some of it comes from other feedback. Some of it was we were just phasing in the plan and made some minor changes about how we do that based upon what we've seen. And so, yeah, kind of all of the above.
Yeah. Mike, did you have a comment?
Yeah, Sean's correct. We've received a lot of feedback. I just wanted to say that on Sunday and Monday of the service change, I was out at Sheboygan Avenue helping people use the new system. And of the people that I talked to, it was very clear the need and the desire for better service to the hospital. So that was one thing that really raised to the top of something that we wanted to implement very soon. Quite a few people I talked to out there said directly that was a need. So that one popped up right away, which is a pretty significant part of what we're asking you to approve today.
And I would add that was the number one set of comments we had, was around that connection. It was also a relatively small change that we were capable of making in August, whereas some of the other commenters, like around Route L, that would be a much bigger change that we wouldn't be able to make in August anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. I mean, I went ahead and did my tour on my own, and I had to report back that I was pretty pleased with the Route H taking me, making a transfer and taking me downtown. And I think I shared my adventure with Justin step by step. So I was pretty excited to see how much density we're covering on the routes. However, I'm super excited to also take H all the way to Woodman's and the farther west side. So I cannot wait to do that. But I'm still a little bit concerned on the timing between H and D. Because I don't know if that's a big change, a little change, or whatever change. So I definitely, I mean, I can send you an email about it. I just didn't, things are happening so fast. I don't think it's clear as an elder which is the method for us to provide that kind of input. It's just emails, the commission, or what? I mean, I am maybe a matter of minutes. I don't know if there's any complaints or any feedback on that particular area, but it will be nice to understand what the process is to funnel our input to you.
I think it'd be best to do it via email. A lot of especially some of the scheduling stuff is so complex, and there's so many different unintended consequences that it's hard for us to, to respond to things in real time in a meeting. So I think it's generally more helpful to send an email so that we can look into it and get back to you.
So, but does that mean then that if you decide to make a tweak to it, we have to wait until December, until the next round to come to the commission? Like, I feel like I missed a window of opportunity here I didn't know I had. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, even if, depending on what it was, I don't think we'd have the ability to implement other things, suggested in the meeting tonight.
No, that's fine. I'm just, again, trying to understand the process. All right, thank you guys.
So I recall, I get all of your email updates from Metro Transit, and I recall seeing that you posted that you were planning to do these minor adjustments in August. So there was notification on your website and with all of the riders about that. And also the comment that there will be additional changes considered for December. So maybe you could pass that some communication to all alders now and start getting some feedback from them as to things that you may want to be considered in the next round of changes. And Justin, we can talk about, how we want to schedule some kind of a public hearing or in timing, whether that would be for December changes, March changes, depending on the scope, I guess, of the December changes. So, but maybe add the alders into that communications loop along with all the bus riders. What about that?
I didn't mean to blame them, guys. This probably came into one of those emails I get, the main emails we get. So I'm not pointing fingers. I'm just trying to understand the process.
Yep, no, that sounds good.
Yeah, no, it's just, it's a great way to connect and also to connect with the communities like we were talking about with Owl Creek. So it's always great, Alder, to have additional conversations about that and, making sure we have all the great communication lines available.
Thanks.
Sure. Did you have any other thoughts, Alder?
Nope.
Okay, thanks. Okay, other comments or questions? Bill, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion of approval of the minor changes that were presented this evening.
Okay, there's a motion by Bill. Robbie?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Bill, did you want to speak to your motion? Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking down. Did you shake your head? Did you want to speak to your motion, Bill?
Oh, sure. I think the changes are very reasonable and doable and within the means of their ability to make these changes quickly are commendable. And there certainly could be a few more that and they will come in and like you say at the next time frame for December. And certainly there is reasons, everything from driver schedules to bus availability and training and so forth. And so I think it's very commendable what they've been able to accomplish. And these changes I think are relatively minor but useful. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Bill. Is there further discussion? We have a motion to approve the requested changes. Further discussion. Okay, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless somebody wishes a roll call vote or wishes to abstain or object. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, that motion is carried unanimously. Thanks, everybody. We'll look forward to hearing from everybody about any future changes. And again, as everybody here gets feedback as well, please pass it along to Sean and Justin and Mick and Mike, and we'll make sure that that they hear what we hear. Okay. Thanks, you guys. All right, item number 6 is a discussion regarding the transportation-related committee member appointment to the Joint Campus Area Committee. That person was on the Transportation Policy and Planning Board. So when the Transportation Policy and Planning Board went out of existence, when we merged and created the recreated Transportation Commission at the end of June, we need to make a recommendation to the mayor for a new member, a new transportation-related committee member to the JCAC. The mayor's office contacted the city attorney's office, and I was involved in some of those conversations and determined now Alder Govindarajan and Alder Bennett are already automatic appointments to the JCAC as a result of their alder positions in those districts. And the city attorney indicated that they can't serve a dual role. So I just wanted to bring that forward. So Robbie, go ahead.
Well, as a person who lives near campus and who used to serve on this committee when there were actually two committees, one for West Campus and one for East Campus, if you need somebody, I am willing to serve. But if somebody else really has a burning passion that they want to be on it, hey, go for it. But if you need somebody, I do live in, immediately adjacent to the campus. So.
Okay, wonderful. So we have a volunteer. Alder Govindarajan, go ahead.
Just a quick point of clarification, I guess.
Sure.
Alder Bennett, so due to redistricting, she is not actually on the Joint Campus Area Committee. She might be, depending on ordinance changes that might come up, but I guess just clarifying that currently she is not a voting member on the Joint Campus Area Committee. Thank you.
So excuse me, Alder, but my understanding was there was a revision to that ordinance that went to the council last night and was approved on the consent agenda, because she's in District 2, correct?
I thought that was going next meeting, but that might also be the case. My mind was occupied with other matters last night.
There was. It was like a marathon meeting, but I was following it, and I believe it was approved on the consent agenda.
Okay, then I stand corrected. Thank you.
No, I don't mean to correct you. I just
in a good way. In a good way. Yes.
Okay, good. I track the ones that are Transportation Commission related. So, Chris, go ahead.
Could you just clarify that the alders do not satisfy this requirement? Is that what you said?
So I had asked the city attorney because, for example, you're on the Plan Commission and on the Transportation Commission, and so we have some things in the TC ordinance so people can fulfill more than one role. You can be a biker and on the Plan Commission, and you can serve meet a whole bunch of requirements. For the JCAC, it's not the case. And it's very specific that with the revision from last night, Common Council members representing districts 2, 4, 5, 8, and 13 are automatically on the JCAC. And I asked, could one of them, who's on the Transportation Commission, be the transportation-related member? And the city attorney said no, because that messes with the numbers and there's no specific language in that particular ordinance.
Okay, I will nominate Robbie Weber then if you need that motion.
Okay, so we have a recommendation from the TC for Robbie to be the appointment for the Transportation Related Committee.
I can second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Did you wish to speak to your motion at all, Chris?
No, just thank you to Robbie.
Yes, thank you, Robbie. Is there any discussion? Okay, our motion is to recommend that Robbie be appointed as a transportation-related committee member to the Joint Campus Area Committee.
Hey, before, what do you know what day of the week it meets?
Alder Govindarajan, do you know? I'm sorry, I don't.
Looks like it is on Thursdays at 4:45.
Okay. I think it used to be Thursday. I just wanted to be sure it didn't conflict with a Monday meeting that I have twice a month. So
should have checked that, Robbie. That's a great question. I did. That was the one thing I didn't check. So, any further discussion? Okay, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. And thank you so much, Robbie. You'd be a wonderful representative. It's very much appreciated. Okay, item 7, Renee, complete green streets review.
All right. Hello again, everyone. I realize I guess maybe Mick introduced me myself last time, but I'm Renee Calloway. I work in traffic engineering. I'm the pedestrian bicycle administrator. For those of you who are newer to the committee that I might not have met on some occasion yet, I managed our complete and green streets guide development and approval, although it was kind of a team city effort. And I was asked to come just kind of review this since it has been a while. We have new members on the committee, and you will be starting to hear more about this as we have some additional projects coming forward in the not too distant future, and then, you know, ongoing from there. So I am going to get this going here from the beginning. Come on, computer. Let's see. All right. Okay. Already covered that. So the purpose of this guide, back when this was all started a couple of years ago, the city has had for a very long time a complete streets resolution. It was kind of reaffirmed by resolution back in 2009, but it didn't provide a lot of guidance other than directing staff to kind of follow this whole complete streets, the idea that streets are for people no matter how they're traveling, but it wasn't very prescriptive. There also was this idea that the city had developed a lot of sustainability, resilience goals, and green infrastructure and trees really needed to be a part of this basic framework, and how we think about the use of streets and the public right of way. And also just to be more consistent in the way streets are planned, designed, operated, this idea that you shouldn't have to know about a type of infrastructure or potential improvement for it to be considered on your street. That definitely leads to very different kinds and feels and looks to streets throughout the city. And as members of the Transportation Commission, for those of you who haven't been on the committee, residents have a lot of concerns about streets and safety. This is a very newer street. It's very wide. It doesn't necessarily have a lot of parking often, even though it was built with parking the full length on both sides. So we receive a lot of complaints about speed, safety for families going about their daily lives, walking, biking, even driving, getting to transit stops, obviously. And we might have new streets, but people want to see changes to the infrastructure pretty quickly. And so we really want to build streets the right way from the start and not always have them coming forward to the Safe Streets program for improvement, even though, I mean, we really just invested in them. So this complete and green streets, kind of the impact is intended to really center in on our community values, provide direction on priorities, have a really clear starting point for design that would be the same no matter where you are in the city, be very explicit about equity and a process to ensure that we're having equitable outcomes, and then also be flexible enough that this tool will evolve as Madison evolves, but I think also as kind of the tools for traffic safety, for green infrastructure, they will also change over time, and this will allow us to adapt to those. That's kind of the hope going forward. So I want to give just kind of a process overview so you understand how it works. So when you start to see projects, I think you might even see that at the next meeting, a project coming forward that will be talking about the process and how the guide influences the design, that you'll kind of have a little bit of a better understanding. So first, on the left, I have a graphic that kind of talks about what we call our street values that we kind of worked through as a part of several phases of engagement that we did, and kind of working with the Transportation Policy and Planning Board closely on this. And the idea is that everything is centered on equity. We put people first. So it's people travel by a lot of different means and modes. So it's really about people, not a particular way of traveling. It fosters sustainability. And then this idea came forward that our project, our values are around supporting community. That came out of a lot of the work we did talking to lower income or racially diverse neighborhoods, where they had this feeling that their streets were more about moving people through than really meeting their needs of supporting local businesses, going to adjacent neighborhoods or other areas in their community. And so that idea that our public right-of-ways are community supportive came out of that. On the right-hand side, we have this kind of reverse pyramid kind of thing that is our modal hierarchy with kind of also what we heard during our engagement, which is people walking and using mobility devices are at the top, the most important part of the hierarchy, followed by transit, biking, then motor vehicles of all types, from trucks to cars. And then even though parking isn't really a mode, we talked about this a lot. Chris could probably give us a full review of our back and forth on that being on the TPPB. But we really felt in the end, we should be intentional that parking really is at the bottom of kind of that need in that public space. So now I'm going to go through kind of a complicated, like how we really think about how this whole process works. On the left-hand side, you'll see that modal hierarchy and that street values graphic. The idea is that those values infuse this entire process. Then you'll see the next thing is some things that I'll talk about in more detail are 11 street type, are 6 what we call overlays or additional kind of priorities. These all are helping us identify a specific street's design priorities. Once we know those design priorities, we have the next box, which is a series of charts that help you allocate these different street zones that I'll talk about more and know how much room you need for each. Ultimately, the idea is to reach the far right of this graphic where we have a design. Might also be multiple designs. It's not necessary that there's only one solution. There could be multiple. But if you get to that and you realize you don't have enough space to build this design that you've reached, then you go back to those street design priorities to determine your trade-off. So I'm going to dive into that a little bit more here. First with the 11 street types. This is kind of a starting point for your design. And instead of being based on like, what's the volume of traffic on this street, which is kind of on the right of this chart, you'll see collector street, local street, arterial street, kind of a more traditional approach. We're saying this is based on the context. You'll see at the top, is it more urban? Is it more mixed use? Is it, or to the right, is it a lower density, maybe more residential side? Also important to note that these are aspirational. So just because a street looks a certain way today, doesn't mean that that's how we're going to classify it, because maybe we're thinking I'm going to throw out one like the Odana Road area. They have a plan. It calls for it to be more mixed use. So we would be assigning it the appropriate street type based on what we're kind of planning for in the future. Each street type has also a zone for it, and each of those zones is going to have, as you'll see, a priority. So here in this graphic, we have the travel way, and the travel way is more where you see active movement as well as in the walking zone. So that's where walking, biking, driving, transit routes would be in those areas. And then we have what is the flex zone, and those are more kind of stationary things. Like parking an automobile would be in the flex zone, a tree or green infrastructure, a transit stop, the station itself would be considered more of that flex zone. So the flex zone is kind of interesting. It can be a terrace or it could be some part of the roadway. And for each one, they're going to have kind of a relative priority. But as you'll see, sometimes just to make sure that this isn't too simple for everyone, like in this Urban Avenue example that I'm showing here in the graphic, the walkway is a high priority and the travelway is a high priority. Whereas the flex zone is more of a medium priority. So each of the 11 street types in the guide has this already laid out. I'm going to not go through all of them here tonight. For some of you, that would probably be very painful because you were with us every step of the way. But it can be helpful to look at the guide. I will have the link at the end. But this is what we're going to be talking about as we bring projects forward, is these street types, the different priorities within them, and how that has influenced the design that we're recommending. So this is the Urban Avenue again in this graphic. And each of these does have kind of a little description that goes with it to kind of help you get a feel for what it's meant to be like. So in Urban Avenue, that's like in East Washington, kind of up close to the Capitol, where you have a lot of development closer to the street. But there's also a lot of people who are, taking transit, walking, biking, and driving. So that's the kind of, each one is going to kind of give you something like that to help you understand it. And then there is a street type map that was approved with this project that gives that initial designation, not necessarily for every little residential street, which could be a neighborhood street, could be a neighborhood yield street, but for more of the kind of larger streets. And this is something that will definitely evolve over time. And so as the sub-area plans start to come to the Transportation Commission, that's kind of the point at which some of these streets would often be redesignated based on new planned context. So for instance, the West Area Plan is under development right now. And I just met with them last week to kind of talk about what the initial street designations were and kind of talk them through like how they might think about it and approach it as they work to bring forward a plan for approval. And once that plan would be approved, we would make an update to this map to reflect those new designations that were approved in the plan. It also could be there's some wording that would allow, because obviously the area plans, are going to take a little while to work through them all. If there is a project that comes forward and sort of through the engagement and the work that the staff is doing on a plan, there could be sort of a recommendation to make a change at kind of that capital improvement plan process as well, if that feels like kind of the right recommendation to make to the committee. So next, I'll talk about what we've been calling the overlays, or the things that kind of lay on top of that street type map, the 6 things that may also influence priorities or design choices. And each of the street types, does have like how each of these 6 items might influence design decisions. I will just jump into these. First is the equity priority areas. And this is initially, we've set this up to be all of the neighborhood resource team areas. But we also said that if the city identifies new areas, as we delve into changing demographics, we would expand or add to these areas as well. So this also is This is kind of just a point in time, but this is something that could be and likely will be changed in the future. The equity priority areas are more about kind of process. And I'll talk a little bit about a Complete and Green Streets project checklist, but that checklist, part of its intention is a way to ensure that we are having equitable outcomes to kind of track things. But projects that are kind of in or near an equity priority area, we're really looking to do some, kind of enhanced community engagement or understanding, including with the neighborhood resource teams who are working there, making sure that we're pulling out past public input. And we're also ensuring that we know what other departments are doing projects in the area so we can be coordinated. And part of that is through our engagement process, we heard a lot of input that said, you come to our communities a lot, you ask us a lot of questions, and we don't think that you need to ask us the same things again. So we'd prefer that you were paying attention to engagement that's coming in through a lot of different sources. And that if you're going to do a project this month and next month, that you just come to us at the same time, instead of being very siloed in our work, which is easy to do at the city, right? It's easy for parks to have a project, engineering has a project, water utility has a project, and we're not really well coordinated. And so it's very confusing. And so our neighborhood said, please be more coordinated. And also that they wanted to see their streets look as good as other wealthier neighborhood streets, whiter neighborhood streets. And so this checklist is a way for us to really help us track over time if that is happening. And we're offering the same amenities across the city. And it isn't that the only way to get a rapid flashing beacon is to know what one is and ask for one, or the only way to get traffic calming is to be aware of it. Like that we are ensuring that our streets are being built the same across the city. Now we also have the transit priority network, and this map kind of helps understand kind of what becomes a transit priority network. It's not every single street, although we would want every street to be accessible, to be safe, to have the necessary amenities of a bus stop. But transit priority streets are where you might take it that next step. Maybe it's a transit lane, maybe it's a queue jump at a signal, those kinds of extra amenities. And this is a place where you would not make a trade-off for transit. Like if you need a transit lane, you're gonna do that. If you need the queue jump, you're gonna do that. And maybe something else isn't going to be accommodated on that street. And these are places that have 15-minute service on weekdays midday. And as you approve route changes, I don't know if any of the changes that you were talking about earlier would bump any changes to 15-minute service, but any of those would be the routes that would be on that transit priority network. Next, we have the All Ages and Ability Bike Network. We talked quite a bit about this, and these are the streets that are paths that would be critical to ensure that there is a complete network for riding across the city. So you shouldn't be riding along, you have this great facility, and it ends. There's no real safe way for you to continue that journey to where you need to get to work, to school, things like that. So these are kind of our highest quality, most safe, most comfortable that anyone could ride on. And we also approved sort of an interim map with the idea that we would start updating that later this year, and that map would be coming back here for approval by the Transportation Commission. This is also something, though, that in area plans, I've really asked them to think about moving forward, because this is an area where maybe there would be some adjustments during area plans, or maybe it would kind of reaffirm alignment as we go forward. So kind of in between bigger bicycle plan updates, there could be area plan updates that influence this. One thing that I wanted to note that we also discussed quite a bit is here on the left, we have a graphic that kind of helps to understand what does it mean when we're talking about an all ages and ability bike network. And it's kind of some data points for staff to look at in terms of the total volume of vehicles on a street, along with the speed of travel, and when you might consider just improving a street, but it would be kind of shared, there'd be no separated bike facility, versus where you would consider some sort of marked facility, versus where would you be considering something that's more protected, more separated from traffic. So this is how we'll be thinking about it and talking about it when we bring projects forward. And one thing that came up a lot was just like with transit, just because it's not transit priority doesn't mean there's no transit amenities that we would consider on a street. It's the same with just because something's not on the all ages and ability bike network doesn't mean that we won't be looking at facilities, trying to get the highest quality facility and still meeting kind of those same guidelines. But there may be times when that we need to make that trade-off. So we would not do that on a bike network street if it was on the all ages and ability bike network. And as it says in here, there may be a time when we cannot accommodate a bike facility, and that would come here to the Transportation Commission. It would be a deviation from our modal hierarchy, and so we would come with that for approval and discussion here at the Transportation Commission. Next is tree canopy priority. Also got a lot of discussion as we move forward. And like many of the others, just because your street isn't a tree canopy priority doesn't mean we don't want to protect and enhance the tree canopy. It just means that we know there are some areas that have a much lower tree canopy than others, and we want to bring those up. That will really help us reach kind of the goal that was in the Urban Forestry Task Force report to reach that 40% coverage in the city. And this helps us identify those low areas so that when we're talking to you about a project and how much space we need in the flex zone, we can talk about why we're really going for a wider terrace. And maybe it's bumping something else out because we want to do that. It also has a lot of information about, what are some solutions if we, if you've ever, if you remember, might have been a while since you've been to the municipal building. It's a very hardscape situation. There's some kind of technology solutions that help trees develop a stronger root system and grow into a better canopy. So it kind of talks about like where we might consider some of those more expensive solutions to get tree canopy. During a reconstruction, definitely if we have an opportunity to increase the terrace, we know that that's very desirable regardless, but this helps us kind of balance all the project trade-offs. Then there's a green infrastructure priority area, and that is more about finding places that are really appropriate, places where it really makes sense to spend the money on distributed green infrastructure, and that they're a viable location where this will really help with stormwater management and water quality. It's really just, this graphic is a flow chart that kind of flow charts the kind of thinking and decision-making for staff. I have to admit that this is not my area of expertise, and I did not make any stormwater engineers come tonight, but it really is just how to flow chart it. There's a whole very, very long report that gets into technologies that we're trialing that could be good solutions. Some of them are infiltration, some of them are non-infiltration, but it really helps make sure that projects have a way to always walk through this and think through it to make sure we're not missing opportunities. And then this one, it's not really a priority, it's more of a reality check. The reality is, and you were talking about kind of US DOT roads, we do have roads that are on the national highway system, and changes that we make are done more through a collaborative approach with the DOT, the Wisconsin DOT, and the Greater Madison MPO. So this is more of a, hey, if this is one of those projects, we got to loop them in early on and get that work started. And also the fact that we do have truck route. This is where we're saying the largest vehicles should primarily be traveling, except for when they need to deviate to reach their final destination. So we need to take that into consideration in the different kinds of solutions and ways we might meet our goals. And so this next, so that is the very kind of complicated, hopefully it'll get easier for all of us as we do this, steps to get to our design priorities. And then we get, as you can see in this kind of charting of it, then we get to allocating the street zone space. This is a number of charts, and these charts, I am pretty sure that they will be coming back for refinement because, you know, you got to use them to really kind of see how they work. They kind of look at typicals or preferred or minimums and maximums for the 11 street types. This first chart, you know, it's kind of typical travel lanes, minimum preferred maximum lane width, center turn lanes, target speeds, kind of what we see today as typical ADT. Hopefully this will also change over time as we reduce, you know, the number of people who need to drive, and then kind of that curb to curb width. And so this is kind of the basic chart that we're working with as we are developing a project to come forward for approval. This next one gets more at the different zones that you saw, like the walkway zone. It says 6 foot. There is a 1 foot off of property line here, so it is still kind of that standard minimum 5 foot sidewalk. For most areas, there's this flex zone, which is everything, the parking, the terrace, all per side, the travelway width, kind of the right-of-way width that would be needed for each street type to kind of accommodate those. And then we have an additional one that came up through our approval process, which was, you know, we want to design to the speed limit that we're setting to ensure that we're getting those lower speeds that we desire for safety. So this is just kind of compatibility of different kinds of improvements, a lot of them traffic calming, like a raised crosswalk, speed humps, refuge islands, curb extensions, those kinds of things that you've been seeing coming forward in more projects. We've done one with more of a pinch point or a chicane. What kind of a street might a designer who's working on a project consider these kinds of improvements on? So this is kind of just to help them. It's also public to help people. Okay, yes, we don't put speed humps on an urban avenue, but maybe we could do a raised intersection. So it kind of also helps everyone understand what's possible. And then, as I mentioned, you hope to get to that final design or designs that could, you know, we would work with the public, engage, see what's missing, what else we need to learn about it. It would eventually come here for approval. So now I'll just talk a little bit about implementation, trying to work that in as we go, though. So the way the resolution was written is if things vary from the guide, it would come here and need to be approved. So that is kind of an important role that you will play, is in those instances where the guide really, something is deviating for that. This is also where we will make changes to the guide for things that we didn't foresee when it was approved, like the dissolution of the Transportation Policy and Planning Board. That will all need to be updated because it's still referenced. Things that change in best practices. You know, we've seen a lot of changes in that in the recent past. More of that will probably come. So we agreed that it would be best to kind of have, since this was approved kind of mid-year, there's a lot of projects that had already in the pipeline, that we would come back in July of 2024 after a full project cycle for a full review of kind of how it's working, if there are some changes that we want to recommend at that date. But as I said, things in the transit priority network, all ages and ability bike network, those are kind of ongoing. We'll start this all ages and ability bike network planning later this year. It was actually funded through some supplemental planning funding through the US DOT's Safe Streets and Roads for All. And we are just getting our agreement in place, but then we will have some funding so that we can have some support for that work, for the engagement. We just didn't want to hold up this whole process to try and figure out how to fund and have the resources to do something more thorough. Then the checklist, this is more in the coming soon, but this will be something that would go into Legistar. And it would have kind of all of the information in one place related to things like the street type, the overlays, data, what kind of engagement was done. And then we would put in there kind of what was approved, so that we would have that as a record, so that we could do some analysis to see, is it working? Are we getting the outcomes we desired, particularly around equitable projects, so that, that isn't lost. It's all kind of recorded in one place. And then, as I mentioned, there is a lot more about all the 11 street types in particular in the guide. This is the website, under the transportation of the city initiatives, complete and green streets. We are working on updating the website to make it more user friendly, so you don't have to sit down with the whole guide, that there will be interactive maps, things like that. So that is coming and is in the work, but not fully completed and fully vetted by our IT department and ready to roll out. But that is coming because we know that public facing part is super important. And even the staff here at the city are constantly asking me about it because it will make their jobs easier as well. And so with that, if you're still all awake, I can take questions.
Yeah, great review, Renee. Comments or questions for Renee? Peppy, go ahead.
Hey, Renee, thank you for the presentation. Well, it's pretty impressive work. I'm really impressed, and I really like what I'm seeing. And I was wondering, will this apply to every single project, like every single street reconstruction? For instance, John Nolan reconstruction coming up soon?
So it does. I mean, we're at kind of an awkward point in time, right, where some of the projects are very far in the design pipeline, and others aren't. So that's kind of why we have this transition period. So, kind of John Nolan Drive has already kind of gone through a lot of engagement and approval. So some of these things, they kind of fit, but it wasn't like we were talking about it that way. Whereas I think there's a project coming in your meeting in 2 weeks, and it will be very much like following the guide, talking about it that way. And so, yes, new projects that are being in development will be kind of tied to this. I think the old ones are we're kind of following it. Staff have been working on this, very aware of it. The committee has, but maybe have been talked about and presented without it because they were in midstream.
Mm-hmm. And Renee, the changes to section 1623, the amendments to the land subdivision regulations, that was referred forward to the next common council meeting, so it wasn't approved last night. So
that's correct. That is one thing that cannot follow complete and green streets guide. Is we have a very particular subdivision ordinance. Those of you who are on the committee kind of bumped up against it with a project where you wanted to approve something different than what the subdivision ordinance said, a narrower street, but weren't able to. It is close, I think.
Yes, right.
There were some things less related to this and more related to other subdivision ordinance items. But perhaps Alder Figueroa Cole has something to add on that.
Sure, go ahead, Alder.
I'd rather not talk about that. To
Yeah,
now on the record, I'm just going to skip that conversation. But yes, hopefully we'll get that passed on the next meeting. I don't know. Was Pepe done with his questions? I'm sorry.
Were you done with your question, Pepe?
I am, yes, thank you.
Sure. Go ahead, Alder.
So, Renee, was this? I imagine this presentation was kind of like to introduce the new people to it. I think so. What is this part of the presentation, or are you guys presenting at any point on regards to the Safe Streets list?
Sure. So
The project list.
Yeah, the Safe Streets project list, we haven't nailed down the exact date yet, have we, Anne? I think that you had some thoughts on that, though.
Yeah, I think we have like mid-September. September 13th is what, I mean, we have a rough planning guide, but it varies. But we have it penciled in the September 13th meeting. And our thought, Renee, was that you could do a review of Safe Streets Madison program prior to us looking at the projects so that everybody's on the same page.
Yeah, I think that is kind of like actually pretty pressing, especially for new alders. It is so important to have that ahead of time. And I know that I have maybe spent too much time on this spreadsheet. So I'm in it right now. So I mean, I hope that we can make some easy changes before we present to everybody else. Because I think it will make a huge difference with just adding a couple of things in here. But anyhow, thank you again for the presentation. A full supporter of Safe Streets.
Yeah. Well, we made some changes to the spreadsheet last year, Renee. So we're certainly open to making additional changes that make it easier to use the spreadsheet. Some of us have lived in that spreadsheet, like you, Renee, right? And Tom. So any suggestions you have, Alder, forward them on to Renee and Tom, and we'll certainly take it into consideration, because if they're just formatting and just how we present the material, that's, those things can be easily, well, I'm not as technologically adept as some other folks, but might be able to be implemented, right, Renee?
Yeah.
Yes, they might be. I do live in fear of screwing that spreadsheet up, but
I mean, I know I think Renee has my list of things.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, again, the date when we first put it in here, the actual address, so we can Google map it. I don't even asking for you to do the Google map for me. Just put the address so I don't have, we can do that ourselves. And those two things will make a huge impact. And you were saying something on this presentation about the NRT, and this is what I was a little bit confused. I brought this up, but then I realized that they were two different topics. That's another. I mean, I don't know how the NRT NRT areas, kind of, how do we ensure that they move through the entire programs? Like, how do we ensure that they're prioritized on the list, prioritized on the Safe Street program, on the policy and things like that? I mean, I was in a meeting the other day and someone mentioned we're talking about street improvements, so I'm trying to explain what the process is. And then civil rights just kind of jump on me on like, well, we should be prioritized. And I'm thinking, well, I'm sure we are, but I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if they were or not.
Sure. For Safe Streets Madison, I think it's a little bit more clear. We definitely are, kind of working with our NRTs to bring things forward. And there are like extra points that kind of help raise those up to the top as well. Obviously the capital improvement project is a different system that has, equity, but it has a lot of other considerations. And that's probably a whole nother presentation on kind of how that works, as we're kind of trying to build that along with other considerations into project selection across the city. But I think with the Safe Streets Madison, that was very much intentional work of the subcommittee that developed the program to ensure that that was built in.
And you have an equity overlay here in Complete Green Streets to make sure you have that additional outreach, right, Renee?
Yeah, so it's kind of an overlay. It's not really about project selection in this case. It's more about once a project is selected, ensuring equitable outcomes across the city.
Thank you, guys. I mean, I know there's a lot going on, and it's in my brain. It's already totally mingled. I cannot separate the whole thing. So I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Pepe, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess it's a unrelated question, but now that you mentioned the Safe Streets Madison and you were saying there's going to be a presentation in September, just a quick question around that. Does that mean, since a lot of the projects depend on the construction season and September is kind of towards the end of it, does that mean that presentation is going to be more of a report of what happened during this year, or more of the projects that are going to be implemented next year?
So mix. I think we have a lot of new committee members, so we'll definitely review kind of how the project process works so that everyone's on kind of the same page. We can give a little review at the same time of kind of, where things are at. And then we will be approving projects. There is a slim chance that if the winter is mild and doesn't start too early, a few things could get done. We've definitely been able to occasionally do things later in the year, but also sometimes the season ends very early, but then we would have them ready to go in the spring the way, unfortunately, the contractor cycle has been. It's good to bid what we can in the fall because there is a high demand for construction contracts. And so it can be hard to get people to work on the cycle you want if you don't bid early.
Yeah, and there's a lot of overlap between Complete Green Streets and Safe Streets Madison. We saw the overlap between the Metro Network redesign and Safe Streets Madison. So Safe Streets Madison sort of runs, I don't know, Renee, it seems to me it runs through most everything that we talk about here at the Transportation Commission.
It does. I think, a lot of times, we don't do that many big reconstruction projects in a given year, right? But we have a lot of demand for accessibility, for safety, for improved connectivity, for walking and biking. And I think Safe Streets is kind of where we are trying to make those kind of smaller, medium-sized fixes, that really make a big impact. And we talk a lot about kind of the proven safety countermeasures, right? That the Federal Highway shares out, that they've done a lot of research on, and they can be low dollar, big impact. And right, that's what Safe Streets Madison is really kind of trying to accomplish, to meet those goals of complete green streets when we don't have the luxury of a big transformative reconstruction project.
Yeah, and we saw through your slides, there are places where we're talking about traffic calming on certain types of streets.
Yeah.
Huge fan of showing parking at the bottom of the modal hierarchy, because how many times have we had people here saying, but parking, and now we can say, no, see, there it is down at the bottom, right? So it really, all of this is so tied together. And that's why, Renee, you were really an excellent choice. I don't know how you feel about it after the fact now, but really an excellent choice for project manager, because it really, there's a common threads through all of this. So.
Yes, well, thank you. It's easier to feel good about it when it's approved.
Yeah.
Now I just need to get the website updated and I can feel much better.
Yeah. It's a great guide and it's real easy to access. So other comments or questions for Renee? I mean, we will be using this. I mean, I'm a dinosaur. I printed off a real nice color copy of the guide so I can look at the streets when we're talking about streets and have an easy reference. But the website really allows you great tool to be able to say now, what is that supposed to look like again? And what kind of street is that?
And I assure you the website, once we update it, will be even better for those who do not want to print out a guide, but would prefer to look online. Sure. And yes, I know one of our projects that's coming up, I think it's going to be on the agenda, will be very like talking about complete and green streets throughout the kind of process and how decisions were made.
Good. Alder Harrington McKinney.
I just wanted to chime in and say thank you very much for the presentation update. I really like the centering of that, where it says centering on equity. I mean, from the beginning throughout, I can not only I can carry that through the concept. I mean, there was a consistent thread for centering on equity, and I felt really good about it. And I know that it really is. It's not just something that's in a design or graphic. It really is dedicated to make sure that we are centering in on equity. And I do appreciate that. And I'm looking forward to really, really supporting this. Thank you so very much for your work.
Yeah, thank you, Alder. And I think, some of the decisions for people who were on the committee that we had to make, like where to place transit in the modal hierarchy, was really helpful to have done that intentional outreach and to really have heard from people who don't typically engage with the city as we made sort of tough decisions on the guide.
Yeah, but the other thing that I thought of as you're talking through the various points about equity, Renee, was, we do have an equity prioritization factor in the Safe Streets Madison, but that's just to pick the project. And your comments about this being the next step and continuing that conversation and making sure that connection is carried through as the project is planned and implemented, just really makes it fit together so well. And that follow through, Alder, that you were talking about, it just takes it from the beginning through the process. So other comments or questions? Okay, thanks so much, Renee. We'll be seeing you back again soon.
Yes, you will. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Great. In terms of announcements, I didn't have any other announcements other than to say I was really pleased to see that the mayor submitted resident appointments to fill a last vacancy on the Transportation Commission, and that is our friend Harold Kleems. And not only big kudos to Harold, I have to send him an email, but he is also up for being appointed to the Board of Public Works. So he would be the crossover member. So Chris doing double duty on Land Commission, TC, Robbie going to do double duty with JCAC, Harold's going to do double duty, and many of you do double, triple, quadruple, quintuple, whatever duty on various committees. So thanks so much to everybody, and I'm excited that Harold is going to be hopefully back with us. So future agenda items, in terms of future agenda items, we have a lot of projects that, again, rough draft, but several projects up for discussion at the next meeting. And so we'll continue on with the training probably at the meeting after that with Vision Zero. And we're going to come back and talk about the TC Work Plan Handbook website, practices of equity injection, probably at the August meeting. I am going to put, personally, I'm going to add an agenda item to talk about an in-person get-together for our group. Chris, I think you mentioned this at one point, and wouldn't be a meeting. It would just be a, hey, get to know each other and put it on the agenda so we can see if that's of interest to people and how we might be able to get that scheduled. And something I've thought a lot about that I'd like to put on the agenda to talk about is perhaps forming an ad hoc subcommittee on TC accessibility. Something that we can, we started it informally, Denise, last year, but I think it might be worthwhile to consider formalizing it if there are some volunteers to work on that and follow through on our practices of equity and inclusion. So other future agenda topics from the group. Anybody have any other future topics? No? Denise, are you looking for your raising hand or no? No, okay. All right. I saw you reaching forward. I just wanted to make sure. Okay, well, then I need a motion to adjourn. And thanks, the presentation on the interstate interchanges went a bit longer than we figured, but Darren?
I move to adjourn.
Okay, Alder Martinez Rutherford?
I second.
Okay, and I have never yet had anybody object or abstain from adjournment. So we're going to assume a unanimous consent vote. And thanks, everybody. A lot of great discussion and appreciate it. See you next time.
It's